runoff from our farms, from sewage, and so most parts of the world with dense population have these coastal hypoxic zones. And so if you actually go on Google Earth and you go into Google Ocean, you can take a look to see all of the hypoxic areas that have been identified in your own area. So that's us at the National Stadium, and you can see the Baltic Sea actually has quite a few hypoxic zones. There are also open ocean low oxygen zones. We call these oxygen minimum zones. And they're naturally occurring there because we have really nutrient-rich water at the surface, and once we have high productivity at the surface and it sinks down and gets decomposed, it utilizes a lot of the oxygen. And so we have these large oxygen minimum zones, particularly in the Pacific, and so in this map, everything that's not gray is a part of the ocean that has hypoxic waters. And so we see really large areas of that in the Pacific, in the Indian Ocean, and then we also have hypoxic areas off of the west coast of Africa. And so where these hypoxic zones actually butt up against the continental margins, that really impacts our fisheries because a lot of our fisheries target the continental margins. And these are large areas where most fish that we like to fish can't live. And so the total hypoxic area on the continental margins, so a lot of the places we like to fish, it's greater than the area of Poland and France combined. So you're really talking about large areas where most fish that we like to fish can't live. And so not only are they large in area, they're about 8% of the total ocean area, but they're also very deep. So you can have parts of the ocean where you can have 1,000 meters of water that's hypoxic, which can't support most normal aerobic life. And so one of the main points is that this is a very widespread problem, and probably whether you have a coastal hypoxic zone due to runoff or you have an oceanic zone due to your or an oceanic low oxygen zone due to your location, most coastlines actually have a low oxygen problem. And this low oxygen problem gets exacerbated when you experience surface warming because of the properties of how warming affects oxygen content in water. And so we've actually seen in our data that there has been a decrease in oxygen, and the new assessment IPCC Assessment 5 report actually predicted that by the end of the 21st century you'll see a 3 to 6% decline in global oxygen levels in the ocean. But this is just an average value, and so what you actually see in this graph in the blue, on the top panel in the blue, you see areas that are already low in oxygen, and then in the second panel in the blue, you see the areas that are going to lose the most oxygen and have lost oxygen already. And what you can see is that the areas that are already limited in oxygen are the ones that are losing the most oxygen. And so that's important. And you can actually see the expansion of these low oxygen areas through the water column. So between 1960 and today, you can see that the depth occupied by these low oxygen hypoxic areas in the water have expanded. And so what that means for us on the coastlines is as these areas expand, they also shoal, so they become shallower. They get closer to our coasts, and our coasts now actually face this low oxygen water that is coming up and affecting some of the fish. And we've seen off of the coast of California in the last 22 years a 21% decrease in mean oxygen content at about 300 meters, and coastally a shoaling of about 100 meters of the hypoxic layer. And so where the depth of the hypoxic layer is what really affects a lot of your coastal organisms. And so what we can see when we look at physiology in the lab is that there are certain groups that are most sensitive to low oxygen. And we can look at this in terms of lethal concentrations, and so what causes an organism to die, or we can look at this with sublethal concentrations, so what causes an organism to grow less or to reproduce less. And we can see that for both of these, crustaceans and fish are our most sensitive groups. And we can see that in the lab, but we can also see that in the field. We have mortality events, large mortality events in the Gulf of Mexico. When you get a hypoxic area, you have a low oxygen event, you have dead fish. This is a really fast impact. We also see that off of the coast of Africa where there's low oxygen water that shoals. Crustaceans, lobsters will just walk out of the ocean because the oxygen is too low for them, and you'll have a widespread mortality event. And so we can see this most recently off of Oregon, where before the Oregon coastline did not have a lot of anoxic and hypoxic events, but recently, since 2002, because of the shoaling of this oxygen minimum zone and this low oxygen water, they've actually been experiencing a lot more low oxygen mortality events. And starting in 2002, they saw 75% mortality of the Dungeness crab, which is a really big, important fishery off of Oregon. And then also in these ROV surveys, you can see a healthy fish community prior to 2002, and then pretty much all of their ROV surveys after 2002 saw a lot of dead fish and invertebrates along the bottom because of these low oxygen events. And so what that means for the greater ocean, it results in habitat expansions and contractions. So there's some organisms that actually really like low oxygen because they've been adapted to it through evolutionary time. So this fish on the right actually does great with very low oxygen concentrations. And so organisms like that will see their range expand. But organisms that need high oxygen to survive, and so those are our tunas, our billfish, they actually are experiencing habitat contraction because all of a sudden they can't use as much of the water column as they did previously. And so we've already seen a 15% reduction in the habitat of tuna in the Atlantic because of the expansion of these low oxygen areas. There's also been a decline in mesopelagic fish. So these are small midwater fish that are really a very important component of the food web. They feed everything at the top levels of the food web, and so they're very sensitive to low oxygen. And then also we've seen habitat expansion of the Humboldt squid. So the Humboldt squid can do well in low oxygen conditions, and it actually has expanded all along the west coast of the US. And they compete with hake, and they also eat hake. So the hake fishery has not been doing as well, but the fishery on Humboldt squid has been doing better. And so a really important point is that low oxygen areas are carbon dioxide maximum areas. Whenever you use oxygen, you produce carbon dioxide. That's just through respiration. And so whenever we see an area that's low in oxygen, it's always high in carbon dioxide. So when we see the shoaling of these low oxygen areas, we actually see the shoaling of very low pH water. And so that's exactly what we've been seeing off of the west coast of the United States, where some of the water that's coming up is 7.6, 7.75, very, very low pH. And what that also means is it has very high CO2 concentrations. And so some of these waters are 1200, and for example, surface is 400 parts per million. And so this is actually water that is net fluxing carbon dioxide out of the water instead of taking it up. So there are some important feedback implications. So we really need to pay attention to ocean deoxygenation because it has very important biological effects. We know that it's declining, and we know that it will decline in the future with surface warming. And we know that it probably will have some important impacts for a lot of coastal economies. However, because it's such a new topic, it really hasn't had too much of a focus, and it didn't make it into the summary for policymakers, even though it's really a problem policymakers should be thinking about because it can impact their local economies. And so small changes in temperature can have very drastic impacts on oxygen content. So just a 1 degree increase in surface warming will triple your suboxic zones and increase your hypoxic areas by 10%. We know that it has profound consequences on biodiversity, on fisheries income, and we know that it also has environmental feedbacks in terms of greenhouse gas emissions because a really potent greenhouse gas, nitrous oxide, is produced in low oxygen areas. And in the historic record, we actually see that oxygen depleted areas in the ocean are very tightly correlated with warming periods. So we know how this works in the past. And so with that, I would just like to say thank you for listening to this presentation. And I'm here as a part of a group of Scripps students. We're graduate students, and we really want to try and communicate our research to more of a public policy audience as well as a public audience. And so there's more information about how climate change is affecting the oceans at this website, oceanscientist.org. And also there's an oceans booth here, 102 on this floor. So if you have any other questions about ocean impacts of climate change, please come and talk to us. So thank you.
Architecture is both kind of like one of the biggest responsibilities to carry when you consider the human development and the effects of human development, when you consider urbanization, population growth, the need for further and further and further development. And when you acknowledge that sort of the resources that are being consumed, wasted through construction, demolition processes, all of this, and you consider energy and climate change and carbon, etc., through the operation and of buildings. The responsibility upon the architects has changed in profile. There is no longer that kind of art for art's sake. We actually have a greater responsibility, and whilst the need for art is there, and make no mistake, our cities need to reflect our aspirations, they need to reflect our society, they need to reflect what is good about human creativity and nature. There is another layer of thinking that has to be brought to architecture in this current world, in these days now, which is a very much a social and an environmental responsibility that cannot be shirked and has to be addressed. And I just want to convince as many young up-and-coming architects as possible to think about architecture as a very, very important role player in the world going forwards, in terms of that responsibility, both in an artistic sense and a scientific sense, in terms of performance and everything else. There's an old modernist architecture axiom that talks about form follows function, and I prefer to think in terms of form follows flow, and I think about that in terms of the way the sun energy flows across a site, the way wind flows across a site, water, even people, even money, even all sorts of things. So one can sort of underpin a design in its social, economic, environmental context by considering the various different energies that are flowing and how to harness the power within that in order to generate architectural form and meaning. So it's very much context-based. So I teach, and what I try to impress upon my students is that there's kind of three role players, in essence, in the architect's visualization or understanding of a project, and that would be the physical context of the project, so the piece of the planet whereupon it's going to happen, whether that be urban, rural, or whatever. That piece of earth will have various different attributes and sort of qualities about it. Then there's the brief or the program or the client of the project, and their needs out of the project is a very big design driver that architects can actually use to generate form, obviously. And then there's the architect themselves and what they bring to that process in terms of their identity, their worldview, their philosophies, their creative impulses. So it's sort of a very nice process whereby I see the architect as kind of like a matchmaker between a piece of ground and a client with a need, but that matchmaking happens through a very personal engagement with the project by the architect, bringing their own sensitivities to that project. We have a world now, and we have this thing called climate change, and the reality is that 40% of climate change is actually caused by architects. 40% of the world's energy is used in the operation and maintenance and production of buildings. So I point the finger at architects and I say it's your fault. And then I understand that, particularly in South Africa, architecture is being taught the way it was today, the way it was when I was a student. And what I'm saying is that there needs to be a complete and utter paradigm shift in the way that we understand architecture. Once you realize, or you point the finger at architects and say it's your fault, then something has to give, something has to change. So what I'm really sort of quite passionate about is bringing a, sort of dismantling this ivory tower idea that architects have, that they are these wonderful creators who visualize these beautiful constructs and they get realized. And I think, the way the world is heading is that in actual fact buildings should be designed around a table with a whole bunch of different expertise, including biologists, sociologists, physicists, and as well as engineers and architects and everywhere else. But again, bringing in that sort of systemic understanding of design and problem solving. And it's not really about creating objects anymore. That's like the time for that is gone. Yes, there are huge aesthetic and meaning and identity responsibilities on the architect to create beautiful buildings, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and that is a sort of subjective debate that can go on forever. So what you can do is you can justify a design through process, through an understanding of what it is that you're doing and how you arrived at that solution. And provided that there is a sort of a sensitivity and a sensibility about aesthetics and about composition embedded in that understanding, then you should be okay. And that's kind of like where I try and focus my work and try and focus my teaching. That I try and bring to students a new methodology of architecture whereby they can actually explore these contextual issues in a lot of depth, and out of those issues they can draw a systemic understanding of how the building needs to operate and what it needs to produce or do or provide, and those considerations are then the generation of form, and through that generation of form the architect brings a sense of identity and meaning and purpose to that resolution. So it's a quite a different kind of approach where there's a lot less ego involved and a lot more subtlety in sort of the generation of form and identity in architecture. Students are so keen to learn this stuff, and that's in South Africa there just is not the capacity amongst the teaching staff. They don't know. They know what they were taught and they've practiced the way they've taught, which is about meaning and identity and art and creativity. And what I'm saying is, that's all critically important, but there's absolutely another layer that everybody's running around designing vehicles with square wheels. That's what it basically amounts to. They're beautiful, beautiful cars, but they've got square wheels and they don't actually work. We've got office buildings in Joburg that in winter they get heated up in the morning and they get cooled down in the afternoon because they're so designed not around performance, around the idea of creating comfortable spaces inside with an outside environment that you have to understand and take into cognizance. So I see that outside environment as a resource, as a system of energies to use, to harness, to create comfort inside. Whereas most architects see it as kind of like an enemy that has to be shut off, and then we switch heaters on and we switch air conditioners on and we make this false environment on the inside. And that's not necessary. There is this filter, this relationship that could be developed between the inside and the outside of buildings, between the internal climate and the external climate, in terms of creating comfortable spaces that meet human needs for comfort and shelter. That's the biggest problem. That is the biggest problem, is that we actually need we need to intervene on those buildings in very, very clever ways, and that's not always very easy. But it can be done, and that's actually where I want my research to start going, is to start saying, okay, it's easy to design this perfect city on this green field site and reimagine how Joburg could have been developed, but this is how it is now. So how do you apply the same thinking at a building scale, at a room scale, at a street scale, at a neighborhood scale, at a district scale, at a city scale? How do you kind of reimagine the current infrastructure being messed with, eroded, sort of attacked, modified to be more responsive to the overall systemic understanding of what's going on? So that's kind of like where I'd like to take my work. The way I often talk about my buildings is that they sit in a landscape and they relate to that landscape very much, or they evolve in that landscape during the design process, very much the way an organism evolves in its ecosystem. So they tap into the available resources and They concentrate on cyclic relationships, and these things are exploded up from an ecosystemic, traditional ecosystemic understanding to a more sort of to a more human contextualized ecosystemic understanding. So things like money, aspiration, purpose, meaning form part of that contextual relationship that the building positions itself within and responds to. There was one project where the client came to me and his objective was to have a house that was independent of the city council and was autonomous, what we call an island home. And because he didn't have trust or faith in the city council in the years to come. And that was the statement at the beginning of the project. By the end of the project took 2 years to design, and by the end of the design process he was a completely converted environmentalist, and he had taken on all of these other softer tissue agendas about responsibility, custodianship, and etc. So that was really a fantastic kind of process. Also, he was a very wealthy man, and he spared no expense at achieving his objectives, which is an incredibly high performance house. It was a private house, and one which was autonomous, so it makes its own electricity, it makes its own water, it treats its own waste, etc., and it's in a suburban context here in Johannesburg. And so that was like quite an interesting project, and what was really fascinating about that was the kind of aesthetic ideals or the aesthetic identity that came out of that design process was very much a performance-based concept, again realized. It could have been realized in any number of ways. So the way it gets realized is influenced or shaped or sort of pushed by both my sensibilities and the clients. So it was quite nice in that sense, and yeah, and for me it's a nice project, and I was really fortunate that to be given that opportunity to actually work something through right to the very nth degree of realization. So it was a very satisfying process, and kind of like it was from there that my interest then moved on to cities, because I kind of like felt like, okay, that's cool, nailed it, time to get on. You know what I mean? My interests have quite largely, or are busy largely, moving from understanding buildings in this way to now starting to look at cities in this way. And in fact, I'm kind of like starting to research and focus on the idea of how we as people can develop sustainable cities which respond to this contextual understanding of ecosystemic, in terms of natural environment, human-made environments, things like politics and economics. I'm very interested in biomimicry, and there's the biomimicry. There has been a city designed upon biomimicry principles. It's also been used in Cape Town for the upgrading of certain areas. So those kind of projects one finds really interesting. I don't, I kind of like take a slightly different slant to that, because as an architect, my interest lies in a whole range of influences and aspects that drive a design process, whereas biomimicry is really very specifically focused upon a specific kind of methodology, whereas I've kind of developed my own methodology, which would include things like biomimicry, permaculture, sustainability as understood in various different ways. So yeah, I mean, there are lots of architects that I look up to, although I'm notoriously bad at remembering names of projects and people. I mean, Norman Foster is somebody who I think I really sort of kind of like admire the way he approaches projects. Ken Yang, Renzo Piano. So these guys kind of have they have a very natural way of developing a design, which in a way, one kind of conceptual understanding or solution for a project enables a whole range of different factors or considerations that they are encompassing, and I think that that's a really kind of nice way to think about architecture. What I really kind of like push against, what I really don't like, is this very sort of form-based, the creative impulse that many architects have to build monuments, basically what I call monuments to their own egos and their own creativity, and these sort of sculpturesque objects. And I don't see architecture as objects in space. I see them as an organism that ties into an ecosystem in a whole range of different ways. And it's very kind of like monodimensional to think of it as an object, and very seldom do I have an idea of what the shape or form of this building should be. It usually evolves out of a process, and I'm very interested in that, in how the aesthetics and the design look and feel can actually evolve out of a sort of a methodology which is very much kind of like science underpinning, the science of the performance of buildings and the ecology of buildings, underpinning a kind of a conceptual, artistic, personal impulse to generate. You always have some kind of a personal idea of, the same solution could be solved that way or this way, but you prefer this way, because I prefer to think of that in terms of what other options does it open up, what other design opportunities does this option or that option open up. But nevertheless, there's always some kind of materiality or sort of ideology or philosophy or aesthetic that underpins the sort of objectives that you're aiming towards in the design of a building. My whole theory about cities that I'm busy working on basically kind of like looks at ecosystems, natural ecosystems, and how organisms evolve within those ecosystems. And whenever conditions change, you'll see certain species die out, or certain species will proliferate and prosper and flourish up to a certain point, but then when they reach over a critical point and they start actually damaging the ecosystemic whole, they start to die back. So nature has these wonderful sort of self-governing mechanisms. And it's basically all built around water. I mean, essentially that's the bottom line of human existence. So, in a physical sense. So my kind of whole idea is really looking at cities in that same way. So, for example, municipal boundaries would be demarcated by watersheds, and each municipality would be responsible for the management, the collection of rainwater, the management of that rainwater, the recycling and the delivery of fresh water to its own watershed area. And as soon as development had reached the limits of that water carrying watershed area, that's it, that's the limit to human development in that area, and now another watershed must be colonized for further human development. So you never overstress any one system too much. And then other cute little ideas, like at the bottom of this watershed would be the collection dam where all this water sort of ends up, and the municipality offices would be located right there. So the first people to know about the water going bad or starting to smell wrong or this sort of thing would be the municipality themselves, and their biggest functionality is in fact the management of the quality of that water. So if human development was organized around the principle, for example, of water, and land boundaries were organized with that sense, we could start looking at sustainable cities. And similarly, movement and transport in cities. I mean, the easiest way to walk up a mountain is to walk up the way water comes down a mountain. You follow the river up. And similarly, our sort of transport and the sort of the mechanisms by which we sort of move stuff around in our cities can be reinterpreted. The way we do roads, the way we do electricity, obviously should be. There's this idea that in biomimicry, for example, that solutions should be nested and modular. So the idea of every single building being a power plant, producing electricity, using it, storing it, delivering it, sharing it, that's the sort of sensible, like plants in a natural environment. They all have symbiotic relationships with each other. They all provide services to each other. And one can imagine that same sort of thing in buildings and cities where one actually focuses. It's sort of systemic thinking where, because since the Renaissance we sort of developed this silo thinking where now you're either a doctor or you're a lawyer or you're a biologist or you're a physicist, and what we're sort of realizing now is that actually what's much more important is the relationships between elements rather than the elements themselves. So systems thinking is now much more concerned about understanding those relationships, and I think for me that's what makes good architecture, good is understanding a systemic sort of system that whole entity sort of develops and lives within and propagates and is designed around and those are the sort of design considerations. So kind of like that kind of says it all in a nutshell there.
We are from GeoAgro Africa. We do satellite monitoring, crop monitoring through satellite imagery. We monitor crops on a daily basis, where we can actually tell you if there's any stress on your plants, crops on a daily basis.
How do you manage that? How do you tell whether there's stress?
We do through infrared imagery.
Yes.
We can actually, if a plant's in stress, we can actually pick up, when a plant's in stress, it will actually radiate more infrared than a plant that is not under stress. So we can actually pick that up before you know anything about stress on your plant. We can pick that up and we actually inform you, go out to that specific place in your crops and you can actually see what the problem is.
What sort of thing would stress your plants?
Water, not water, insects, not enough pesticide or fertilizer. There's a lot of differences, a lot of problems.
Do pesticides stress a plant quite a lot?
Yes, it can stress, but we usually down now doing microbes on plants. We don't use actually pesticides, but we can monitor it.
You say you do microbes on plants. Could you explain that?
We're just putting back microbes if the ground is not old ground. We put in microbes back in the ground to get it more fertilized and get the good stuff back in plants, and then we monitor the plant.
Will those microbes live in polluted soil?
It will live. It actually will make the ground good. Yeah, that's very good.
Do you approve of fertilizers and chemicals?
No, we don't approve it. We are all biological microbes. We're not on the pesticides and fertilizers.
Do you believe that it is impossible to feed the world without chemicals and fertilizer? It's possible to feed the world with no.
Yes, it is.
Say it in one sentence.
It's possible to feed the world without fertilizer because there's microbes is in the ground and you can just use it. You have to just put it back in.
They're saying that microbes are the source of almost all immune systems.
Yes. When they went to Mars, they were looking for microbes, and that's the first sign of living material. So we're just putting it back in soil and making stuff happen. Make it bigger and juicier and put it back in.
Can I leave my bag here a sec? I just want to go and film that
No problem.
dog. Where do you get your microbes from?
From Microbial. Microbial is a South African-based company, but they've got factories in United States. They manufacture it there, and we're getting it from there. But it's a company that was first developed in South Africa, but they doing all the production in America. First in the world, the best.
I wanted actually, where are you based?
In Johannesburg. We're based in Johannesburg, but this little company is in George, the Western Cape.
And if I want to do a follow-up on this one, because this is interesting to what we're promoting.
Now my name is Gerard Kuhn. Yeah.
And this is microbiome.
Biofarm Solutions, we use just organic and microbes. No pesticides, nothing. And we actually have the world record for onion production in seed.
Seriously?
Yeah, just on microbes. And we're doing a lot of on this products in the Eastern Cape on citrus. Because export, they don't use any chemicals. And then we monitor with satellite imagery.
Are farmers surprised when they start using microbiome and find their crops so good?
They're surprised. They think fertilizers will do that, and then they use microbes. Boom. Much more
Do
juicier.
they ever go back?
Never. They're first a bit skeptic about the product because we've got a little bottle of microbes about 100 millimeter. We can treat about 5 hectares with that. There's about 10 to about 12 billion microbes in that little bottle. And it can stand heat with up to 80 degrees. So it will last and last and last. We actually do chicken manure where we coat it with microbes and then put it in fertilizer. First in the world as well.
And then how do they apply that for microbiome?
How do they apply
They
it?
put it in the watering system.
In water systems, yeah, sprinklers, you put it in, it's all liquid based, you put it all in water systems and Bob's your uncle.
Then they never use poison again.
Never. We can treat pesticides with natural stuff, natural elements, no pesticides, nothing.
Wow.
You can actually taste the difference in oranges, organic versus it's sweeter, better, the color is more beautiful. I'm actually very enthusiastic about it.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah, with the satellite imagery, it's very nice. You can see actually the stress on a plant days before you can see it. We will show you, we will call you, listen here, there's some problems in your...
Even though you don't know the person, you can see them from the satellite.
You can see it from a satellite. It's all infrared, and you can see on that spot there's that tree. It's under stress. Maybe it's some different chemicals they use, or there's some water points that not working. So you can point it to that direction, go and see what's the problem.
Wow,
Yeah.
amazing. All from infrared.
All from infrared, yeah. Because the green plants taking more light and sending out less infrared. When a plant's in stress, it will take less light and send more infrared, so you can actually pick that up. And now we can also see the evaporation of water. If there's less evaporation in your fields, dam levels, we can monitor that as well through satellite imagery.
Are you noticing a lot of stress now where the plants are all being hit by drought?
Yes, you can see that.
Must be like a
Yeah.
danger signal going off.
Danger sick, but when you irrigate them, no problem with that.
It's funny, they actually have done tests
Yes.
on plants using lie detectors. And the plants that have something cut off, they found out what plants like and what they don't like by watching their stress levels from lie detectors. But the infrared would be easier for them.
Much easier.
And one thing they found out was that the plants knew they did a control thing. They said everybody must walk into this building. One of them was going to destroy their plants. Plants knew when that person entered the room, they all were very stressed. And he was the one who was going to do the destroying of the plant in front of the others.
It's nice. And with this we can do scouting to a specific plant, take pictures of it, upload it to your system, and you can actually see the difference before and after with your satellite imagery. It's nice system to have.
I'm going to keep in touch anyway.
Definitely, yeah. Actually, my boss too is actually he's a fundy on microbes. I love working with this GIS software because I'm a farmer of heart and I love doing them, but I'm passionate about ground.
Do you grow your own food?
Yes, I do. I love doing my own food, plant my own food stuff.
And you reckon it's actually quite easy?
It's quite easy.
Yeah.
You don't need all expensive stuff to grow your own. You've got everything in the ground. You just need to use it. The citrus, oranges. Let me just go back. Problem on your orange, and there was it was called Phytophthora. It's like a what do you call it? Sickness on your trees. That little, and that little there was no irrigation. It was problem with your irrigation pipe. So you can actually pick that up on your satellite imagery. Just let me show you this. Here's the factory in the US, where they develop for microbial. All the microbes, the whole factory, it's all in America, but actually I'm not in, what can I say about that, passionate.
Keep away pests from plum trees, you don't have to spray anything. Yes, and that's companion planting, and they put marigolds and calendulas. And I mean, I don't know about those dianthus, but look at those extraordinary artichokes there.
Yeah, amazing. Older, like the young guys are very ignorant.
Yeah.
But the older, But he probably prefer a few Zimbabweans because he can speak Shona and local Zimbabwe.
I wonder why they put the plastic there.
Weed control maybe.
Oh, look at this. This is a insect wall, or an animal wall, that is so clever. It's based on the hedgerows in England, or I suppose in Europe.
Yeah.
And each of those sort of areas could be a little house for wild mice, or insects and bees, and I suppose maybe not bees, but little birds. I don't know about the companionship here of flowers.
They get used to going here, don't they?
Yeah.
It's delightful.
Yeah. But look at the beautiful
So cute,
texture. I mean, the shapes and forms, and it's one of the nicest I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I saw one of these. I saw one of these in at.
Like it's an apartment for insects and rats.
There you go.
It's so extensive, isn't it?
And I also like the maybe Robinsorum, very tall and stunning. This is wonderful. This is more they must have slipped. Flowers that I planted at Monkey Valley entrance. They're part of the carnation family.
Do they do bees?
And pansies, they're also the edible flowers. So like the organic, beautiful organic salad. Can I put this in front? But it's all to be eaten, and then it attracts the pollinators. And then maybe instead of the vegetables, they go for the flowers and actually pollinate and create the abundance. It is a strange one, but they're being edible flowers. I think the dianthus. That's little violets, which are also beautiful edible flowers.
Chives, is that chives?
And then there's chives in there, and
What is the
funny,
flat
it
leaf
looks
ones?
That also looks
Taste a
like
bit.
primulas, doesn't
It
it?
looks like foxgloves. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just getting the gist of it.
Yeah.
But now I want to, in amongst this garden, can you talk to me about the other things?
Talking about
Yes,
the drift.
drift, okay.
Oh, and the right, what right have people to spray
Yes.
poisons?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's making other people sick. It's not fair.
So there needs to be some kind of control, and the looking into the poisoning of our earth and then the poisoning of the human being, because we're the rights of the Constitution to clean air, clean arable sand or food, and the water. And if you think that the spraying is affecting all the elements that bring and create life, it's just such a shocking thing. And to think that you've been so severely affected by the spraying in this beautiful area. So the beauty, if it is then edible, has been a source of poisoning.
Yeah.
Where this beautiful garden at Boschendal shows just the abundance that can be there, just with a little bit of care and no spraying, utilizing compost and putting back in the whole web of life. And this is how it should be. So sad to have seen the spraying in the beautiful blossom trees and the orchards earlier on. And to hear your story, Vanessa.
Now to be in a rural district is very unhealthy.
Yeah, the mixture of the herbs and lymph. Pepino.
Pepino.
Melon, but it doesn't look like. This is what's so great is that
This is great for your little veggie garden.
Yes.
so that it's
I think so because it would get rid of the mold problem.
Yeah, it's lifted and higher.
Lifted raised beds, in wooden crates.
But it's pretty costly. I've seen this before. the Pinot melons. And these are the one of the companion plants that are used to keep the insects away, and they're really good for making poultices and anti-inflammatory. That's a calendula. Also for eating. So probably some in the pack here. Pansy, little pansies in the organic salad. And there's lavender that can be eaten, such an amazing healer. And there's just the little petals of the calendula. And yeah, the dianthuses over here. So you have a very beautiful looking salad, but they've all got their own healing spirit within their colour, within the vibration of the plants that have different qualities.
Well, it does look like it's a bit of
Now they say
But they use poison here too, looks like, eh?
a little bit.
Have a meeting with the management has asked what they spray.
They use the synchro and so I don't know what is it.
Otherwise the baby shouldn't be in there.
It's not poison because it's organic synchro, because they use the synchro and guana. So I don't use the chemicals because I don't like GMO on the farm. So it's better.
No GMO also good.
Yeah, so if we use I like organic farm because organic farm is good. It's good more than I can say.
It's good morally.
Yeah, it's good because. But when I started, I didn't know nothing about the organic. I know even agriculture. I just come here and say, I see the food. Where the food is coming from.
Yes.
Do they grow everything
And now,
here?
you know,
Yeah,
it's
you grow
growing.
everything here. Because like,
Do they have potatoes somewhere here? too?
potato, but because it's a first day today, I don't know where. But my on the spirit, you can use the potato. You can plant potato even inside the tire. You can plant even the bags if you don't want to plant in the ground. Because when you're harvesting, you're gonna damage a lot of potatoes. So it's better when you're gonna plant in the tire or you're gonna plant in the bags.
So now I was just saying that we've only started to use commercial when monoculture started, and when we had to produce lots of food inexpensively, and that's where chemicals came in from. But I mean, this is chemical free, so.
Is it inexpensive to grow with chemicals? Surely the chemicals make it expensive.
No, well, chemicals is a very sort of. Let's take Roundup for instance. Roundup is glyphosate, and that's a weed killer, and a few parts per million can kill a few hectares of weeds around your vegetables. So, but it's toxic. So no, it's very inexpensive to use chemicals.
It's inexpensive, but it's expensive in what it does to your planet.
That's the expensive part. But I mean, the past few years, there's a whole community that's focusing on microbes that's naturally in the soil, and we're focusing. We're going back to the soil and how it was done, how my grandfather's grandfather did it, and that's. I mean, you can look at the amount of cancer that's available to the. It's astonishing. And that time, my grandfather told me that it was weird if someone got cancer. It was, and now it's everywhere. It's everywhere. So no, the link is easy.
And do you think that it's possible to grow enough food for our population without using chemicals?
Look, the population has grown and is growing daily
and there's a massive food crisis. But I think if everyone could stand together in a way, if
When
they,
you think of it, we throw most of the food away. 60% of all food gets thrown away.
yeah,
Yeah.
um,
And a lot of the food then gets turned refined and poisoned by the additives, so then you can't use it anyway. And a lot of food is just GM, so what's the
Yeah.
point of all that food? That's not even nutrition.
there's enough food for everyone twice over
Yes.
on this planet. But like you said, if what's happening? I mean, what are we doing wrong? And it's a difficult one. I think if the key should be if everyone could just maybe stand together and start knowing what's going on in the soil in your backyard, and applying earthworm, for instance, applying earthworm juice to your vegetable garden. I mean, if the plant's healthy, then take for instance the cell wall of a plant is made out of a combination of elements, but calcium being the main one. If you look only into your calcium needs of the plant, then it's difficult for diseases and fungi to penetrate the plant, so they just move on, and small insects. So it's basic things. It's science that's going to win this, and knowing your soil and knowing your plants and knowing how it works. And if everyone can get like a base crash course on how it works, then you won't go to your agri-mark and buy something that kills the snails, and obviously then kills the earthworms and kills everything around it, but you've got your one lettuce. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And also it ends up in the sea. Now the sea is dying.
Nutrient leaching, yeah.
80% of all chemicals and hair shampoos and soaps, everything ends up in the sea.
There's a in obviously the sea. You've got that whole conveyor, the plankton conveyor, the chlorophyll. What's that? The algae.
Phytoplankton.
And if they die off, the whole
World will die.
system will shut down.
At the moment, the latest study that was released about 6 weeks ago, results of a 30-year study were released that said that at the present rate of decline of oxygen levels in the sea and the phytoplankton decline, there will be no oxygen in the sea virtually by 2030. And since they produce 50 to 65% of all the oxygen, including the land oxygen, that's probably going to have a big effect on us. We believe that the whole advantage of organic farming is that the one thing that can change that around, the fastest way we can take the carbon dioxide out of circulation and cool the planet, is to build up the microbiome underneath the soil. And they can only do that if you stop poisoning them and stop leaving them bare and
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like for instance, making compost, like everyone did 100 years ago. It's making compost and getting that in your soil. Compost produces a acid called humic acid, and humic acid is one of the most important acids that we need. And what it does, it holds everything together. So now when it starts raining, everything just stays where it is, and everything doesn't wash out and move into the rivers and the rivers into the sea. So the whole thing could be just compost, just one thing could change 20%, 30% of the whole system. And composting, I mean, what's so difficult about making compost and using it and eating healthy vegetables from that?
It's almost impossible to make compost if you use genetically modified food because it doesn't break down at all. The bacteria don't like it any more than our bodies.
Yeah. Look, you have to remember there's good GM and then there's bad GM. I've seen good GM where they, like for instance in India, they had a bacteria that sort of attacked the pawpaw. I don't know what's a pawpaw in English.
Same thing.
Is it a pawpaw? And what they found is they genetically modified the fungi that's doing that, and they induced that in an early stage into the fruit. But when it was at a natural stage and you would eat that pawpaw, it was almost at a toxic level. But inducing it in the beginning and putting that fungi in the seed from the beginning, it sort of it was the pawpaw was now available for the people to eat again, and it was at such a level, at such a holistic level that it was a good GM.
On the whole, there's no such thing as a good GM, because they said the same thing about the same one that perforates the stomach lining of beetles. They said it was too small to damage anybody else, but at the moment there's a condition called leaky guts in cattle.
Okay.
30% of animals die from it, and it also goes into humans. It's also creating our food intolerances, and it's because it isn't what they say. It isn't so harmless, and it actually creates a condition of leaky guts in everything. And that means that undigested food is passing directly into the bloodstream. It's causing the food allergies, and it's causing the leaky gut system syndrome.
No, point taken. I mean, yeah, I think everything should be researched, and you seem like you do your research, so I like that.
Thank you.
This is her baby. They're doing all of this vegetables. I'm taking on a 3-hectare complete organic production area. So this is the aesthetic area, and then there's a production area that I'm starting, which is like this but more intense organics.
And will you use the shade cloth?
No, I'm going to do it in old school way.
Oh, okay.
And what
Will you use the above the ground system, or will you use the in the ground system?
What do you mean?
Well, I noticed lots of people put these poles and they build it up and they put it slightly higher above the ground.
Oh no, in the soils, like I said, old school. Like we even gonna plow with horses and stuff like that.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you going to do this?
It's just down here. Well, behind this poplar sort of forest, there's a 2-hectare.
How many
area.
hectares is this garden on our
This and this included is about 2.5.
right? Wow!
Wow.
And does it produce quite a lot of food? Have you got any idea?
It does produce lots of food, but what this garden is about is what she wanted to do is to show the whole effect of permaculture and how animals and the whole system can work together. So this works, but this is not sort of put together for production. It's put together to display a model of permaculture. Yeah.
But where do all the vegetables go?
So everything that you eat or drink in this restaurant or the Werf, that's where that go, and then external restaurants and chefs.
So you are selling it out as
Yes. Well, for instance, we're struggling to get potato seeds because potatoes. The potato industry had a big knock because of the drought. No, because I may be wrong, but this is my theory. But all the water that when the world started is still in circulation. It can't go out, so it moves around. So the water and everything moves around, and I think the water is now going to. There is going to be areas that's going to struggle and become sort of desert-like, but I think there's areas that will get more rain than what they expected to get. The problem is not the weeds and stuff. The problem is a fruit fly that comes in and stings and lays his eggs. So you can bait them, and you can. We've actually did a two-day seminar now with I consider one of the best soil scientists alive, and they and a company called Real IPM. Her name is Jean. Not sure her surname, but her name is Jean, and they're doing amazing work with fungi. So what they're doing is they're growing fungi that attacks insects. So the fungi will literally live off the insects and eat them from the inside and spore, and so you'll have aphids or whatever, and you spray this fungi over them, which is a natural thing, and they sort of sit onto the insect, and they literally just goes into the cracks, the exoskeleton of the animal, and they start just living. And a few days later, that same insect will sit there, but if you look closely, it's sort of almost like when you left bread in the fridge for too long, it's moldy. It's just coming out of the insect, and that is the next step. Is taking biology.
And there's no effect on us. It's not going to suddenly become the dreaded killer.
It's actually going to make you. It's almost a biotic. So no, it's a good thing. So that's where we're moving to. what people sometimes don't understand, that there's I myself, I'm sort of I'm a tree hugger in a way, but we have to embrace science, and there's lots of stuff out there that says no, just mix this and mix this peel with this and spray it there, and but I mean, you're talking about a 200 hectare, 240 hectare fruit system, where there's multiple layers of this fly. So it's really difficult. For the home grower, yes, I can believe that something like that can work, but on a massive scale, and that's why I take my hat off for these guys and for the CEO, which is the main sort of seed planter in us. But what he's doing is he's taking part in a system where we move from the conventional, and we're starting with we've started with pigs, and we're taking this whole thing into what it was, but we're doing it on a massive scale, and we're doing it on a scale that works and that is profitable. That's the main thing, because it's sustainable agriculture. So even Jock, the guy that's responsible for all the fruit trees, he's an amazing guy, and he's following science, and he's moving from biological, and everything is moving. So I'm very excited. We're in a very interesting time, actually. There's still guys out there that does the wrong thing, and sometimes that pays, which is the sad thing. But there's big influential people out there that's making a difference.
It is too late. Potentially
the damage is done, and I don't know. I think I don't know if you want that on camera, but
please,
I think if not all of the farms tomorrow will start doing what we are doing here, it's gonna crash and burn.
Planet-wide, you're talking about.
Yeah.
You influence your neighbours. Can you talk to them?
You can. I mean, we did the seminar, and farmers from all over came, and you saw this one guy. I laughed when I heard it, but and one of the breaks, I walked out and I went to the bathroom, and he was on the phone, this farmer, and he said, "No, stop all the Roundup. You can't believe how these guys are going on about this chemical. Stop it now." Wow. And it's amazing. And that's because of the science and people coming forward with
It's actually banned in a whole lot of countries since last year.
Yeah.
Roundup.
Yeah.
That's great. So you are
so
some
it's
good
moving,
things, yeah.
but we have to move quick.
Yeah.
That's the thing. There's guys that says that we're not going to see 2050. So we need.
And that's happening because of the chemicals.
Excuse me?
And that's happening partly because of the chemicals, because the phytoplankton are affected partly by the heat, but mostly by the chemicals. And put it this way, the heat is coming about because the biome in the soil is going down so fast.
Yes.
You need the biome here to really, really thrive.
Yeah.
And don't know how quickly you can get it back. 7 years is almost too long. You know, you've only got 14. You don't want to take 7 years before it can be organic status.
Yeah, no, it's like I don't have an answer. I wish that there's a quick fix here, but we need a mind shift, and we need it yesterday. But I'd love you to meet Megan. She's amazing. I'm gonna go get her quick.
Yeah, and pretty much run this garden on their own.
Are they all organic experts, kind of thing?
I'd say so. You guys could start gardens at home now, chemical free.
Plants, and I don't want. If the insects doesn't want to eat it, I don't want to eat it.
That's a problem.
That's a nice attitude, eh?
I mean, they're obviously more sensitive than I am. So, well, I think I am more sensitive than they are. So I don't know what it's going to do to my system if they don't want to eat it.
Well, that's what GM. You know, GM, the bacteria don't eat it.
Wow.
Her husband is a permaculture farmer. He's actually Mr. Permaculture of Africa, basically, in my opinion. And I film him a lot, you know, because I've been for a long time.
He's experienced.
Squin, he's doing organic. He's doing organic bread, and he's starting to get it out to farmers and to farm staff and everyone.
But where does he get his flour from?
From a guy called James Moffat from Bloemfontein.
Where does he get it?
He grows it. He grows
He grows
organic.
it? Is he the only one who grows it?
Yeah.
So there is organic.
Eureka, is that non-organic? That's organic.
I don't
isn't it?
know.
No,
Well, it's not GM.
organic.
It's not GM.
So they also want to bring out organic beer and everything. And he came to Cape Town and he's going to see if he can divert all the farmers into that model.
Okay, all right. Boschendal was recently bought up by new investors who are very passionate about the environment and have based the new Boschendal ethos very much upon sustainability. So there have been some major changes recently and a very big swing to supplying organically grown produce, eggs, beef, chickens, and obviously vegetables. So that was my brief when I started here, was to be able to grow organically grown stuff for all the catering concerns on Boschendal. We're very fortunate to have some surplus. So I have been supplying online organic shops in Cape Town and other chefs and restaurants and hotels, etc., in the area. Yeah, and I think for me the greatest thing about this space is that it provides a platform to educate people about organic food growing. So it's been a very special space and time for me here on Boschendal. For the public, obviously health. I'm very pro using food as more than just nutrition, but almost as a medicine. I think we underestimate the healing abilities of our food, but it goes beyond the advantages of humans. For me, probably the most important thing is that there's very little impact on the environment, and that we're leaving something untouched for our children. I think the fact that we're damaging our soils, that we are losing astronomical amounts of topsoil every year. The statistics are horrific. If we carry on the way we're carrying on now, we won't have good enough soil to grow food in. So we're putting a lot of things at risk, not just our soils, the whole system. We really do not understand how dependent we are as human beings on the agricultural system. And if our food system collapses, I think we're going to be in very big trouble. We don't need them. I think the wool's been pulled over our eyes. We definitely don't need them. We've proven time and time again in organic food growing processes that we have everything at our disposal to grow our food. Plants aren't much different to human beings if they're healthy and their source of nutrition is healthy. They don't get sick. Very much like us. There's no need for chemicals. Look, without getting too much into the conspiracy theories, etc., I think a lot of our chemicals are based on surpluses and byproducts from the petro industry boom. A lot of technology and chemicals were developed during some of the major wars we had in the early part of last century, and they needed to do something with all of that left over, I guess. So I think that's where all the nonsense started. And it's about money at the end of the day. Quick buck. Personally, I would love to see more and more of us, specifically in urban environments, growing our own food. We all have the ability to grow a huge amount of food, which will enable us to share with others. But I think it goes beyond sharing surplus. It's about sharing knowledge and equipping people and inspiring people. And I think inspiring independence more than anything else. We're too system dependent. If we can take control of our own lives and take responsible for our own wellness, there'd be a lot less drama in the world. I think definitely the inclusion of food growing skills into our school curricula. Definitely. I think it's sad for me to see how few children are still in contact with their food and actually understand where it comes from. I think that's a good start. Children are amazing. Such little ambassadors. If you plant a good seed in a child, you have a champion, an environmental champion for the rest of that child's or human being's life. I would most definitely ban the rake. I believe that we overexpose our soils, and it's time to accept that trees lose leaves for a reason and leave them there. They're good for the soil. And I'd maybe ban the straight line too. there's so much we can learn from nature. We need to observe what nature does more and understand how natural systems work. There's no need for chemical. We have everything at our disposal to grow healthy food. Look, beyond just the fact that genetics are being messed with, to me the biggest or the frightening thing, component of genetically modified foods is the glyphosate link. We are too obsessed and absolutely dependent, or we think we're dependent on herbicide, and we are damaging our water systems, we are damaging our guts, we are exposing ourselves to horrendous carcinogens. Yeah, it's got to go, it's got to end. I think definitely educating our children. I can't express that enough. Definitely more education, environmental education, food education, medicine education. Our children need to know. They need to be equipped for what's waiting for them. That they don't make the same mistakes our generations before did. Big focus on kids.
Yesterday I released a document that was in relation to, there was a news article came out that the minister was basically trying to play down the cost of solar power. They said that the solar power plants were costing them between 50 and 62 billion over the course of his 20-year contract. And as a result it was too expensive, and therefore South Africa was using it to justify the need to move over to nuclear. And there's a whole lot of back-end politics that goes in with that. Anybody that's in the renewable energy industry knows that it's an absolute load of rubbish, because a solar plant, and in this case they're referring to a 100 megawatt solar plant, for us to build a 100 megawatt solar plant costs us roughly 2 billion rand, and therefore it makes no sense as to why you would enter into a contract for 60 billion when the actual cost of the plant is 2 billion, and it makes its power from the sun exactly the same way that these people are going to be doing it. So why wouldn't local municipalities, Eskom, etc., whoever, why wouldn't they just build their own plant and pay some people for maintenance, and that's it? And then it wouldn't cost them 60 billion rand, because ultimately renewable, what I proved inside that letter, is a far cheaper form of power. And then in addition to it, I brought into the environmental benefits in terms of the amount of charcoal that is used by coal fire, amount of water that is used by coal fire, 1.32 liters of water per kilowatt hour of energy, 1.32 liters, ludicrous. 1 kilogram of coal burned for 1 kilowatt of energy, 1 kilowatt hour of energy. I mean, it's absolute madness. So then I went on to nuclear, and I just explained the whole process of uranium and the cost, the CO2 costs that are associated with it. And I summarized basically by offering to show them supporting documentation that proves how much a solar plant costs on a cost sale basis on that scale, which is 100 megawatts. And at the end of the day, we are being completely misled. This has become a political tossing ground. What they're really trying to do is they have an intention, a small group of people have an intention to try and go with a beneficial kind of contract system where other people are making astronomical amounts of money that is costing us, the taxpayer, and also the consumer of that power. We are having to pay for this, and for no reason. And they're misleading us as to why they're doing that, and that's what that document was about.
Now, I think it's very important that we have to make sure that we look after the land, the soil, the whole environment, and to save that for the future. We actually borrow, all of us borrow actually the land from our children and from their children, and we have to make sure that we hand it over to them in such a manner that they also can make use of that in a sustainable manner.
Are you aware that the amount of oxygen that they've just completed, because we do a lot of research for Mother Channel television, and are you aware that there is going to be
A 30-year study has just been concluded that says that the diminishing oxygen levels in the sea caused by increasing heat and increasing pollution, and that therefore the killing the phytoplankton, the little small plants in the sea, that means that there's going to be no oxygen in the sea virtually by the year 2030.
Now, I was not aware of that study, so this is for me something I heard of it today now from you, so I'm not aware of that.
Do you mind if I contact you again once I've shown you the study and then you see if you got any ideas?
Yeah, for sure, we can discuss it once again. I came from Pretoria, I'm not from this area, but you are more than welcome to contact us, because for us we have only one purpose as an organization, and that is to try to keep a commercial farmer safe and in production on a sustainable basis on his farm. That is for us the purpose as an organization, and TAUSA is looking for that, and everything that can make a positive contribution to that, we will actually support that, and if it's negative, we will try to address it and looking for a solution. Now, I think that the biggest asset that any government in these days in the world they do have is a commercial farmer in production. In South Africa, 67% of our population is already urbanized, and therefore we need for sure commercial farmers to make sure that they produce food for the market, and that should be on a sustainable basis, and that is something that you should bring into balance. That should be profitable for them, but they also should have to look after the land, the soil, the water, to make sure that it will be there next year again, that we can produce food again. And that is the most important thing for us as farmers, and it is for us a privilege to be in that section of the economy to make that contribution.
Are you yourself a farmer?
I used to be one. At this stage I'm only a small-scale farmer, but I'm full-time in the organization.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Jason, before we talk to the viewers again about what's happening in the electricity world, could you just tell people at home, because we've had a lot of questions on this, about what is a megawatt, what is a kilowatt, what is a watt, how much do people use, what's the difference, what's kilowatt hours?
Okay,
that whole thing.
So I'll run the quick math. There are 1,000 watts in a kilowatt.
Right.
So that's like 10 100 watt light bulbs. There are 1,000 kilowatts in a megawatt.
Right.
1,000 megawatts in a gigawatt.
A gigawatt.
Right.
1,000 megawatts.
Right. So South Africa uses 236,000, something like this, 240,000 gigawatt hours of energy.
Wait, we haven't said what a gigawatt is.
So that's 1,000 megawatts.
1,000 megawatts.
Right. And a megawatt, 1 megawatt is 1,000 kilowatts. So as an example, if you look at your electricity bill, they have a thing called a kWh, which is kilowatt hour.
Right.
So a kilowatt hour is the total amount of kilowatts used over the period of a day. Now in Eskom's case, it is the period of a day, but it can also be if you burn whatever. So if you take 5 kilowatts, you burn it for whatever, 1 hour, it's a 5 kilowatt hour. It's the total amount of energy used within a time frame, a period.
Right.
But the way that it's reflected on your bill is reflected generally for your daily consumption. It's normally averaged.
Right.
So at the end of a month, they will say you've used 486 kilowatt hours. That's your total usage of energy or electricity.
You build for kilowatt hours.
You're building kilowatt hours.
All over the world.
Right. So now what you would normally do, and I'm going to use easy numbers. Okay. So let's say for argument's sake, your bill at the end of the month is for 300 kilowatt hours. You are then charged normally on what's called a tariff, rate, which is normally like whatever, R1.50, R1.80 per kilowatt hour.
Right.
So they would take that, whatever the figure is, depending if you're prepaid or whatever tariff code you're on, and they multiply it by your usage, which is the 300 kilowatt hours. And that's how they determine what your electricity cost is.
Right.
On top of that, they generally would add some other services, line lease costs, that kind of stuff. They would add that, but what we're referring to here is electricity costs.
Now, there is about something like is it 8,000 hours in a year, or something like that.
Okay.
So if you have an installation that puts out 10 megawatts, does that mean it can put out 10 megawatts times 8,000
Right. So
hours in a year?
Right. So you get viable output. A 10, for instance, a 10 megawatt, or let's use something smaller, a 10 kilowatt or whatever, any size of solar array.
Right.
It will have what we call peak generation, which is over your primary arc in terms of sunlight. Generally, the rule is 15% before those hours, 15% after those hours. Is not full production.
Right.
So to get slightly more technical, a solar panel is rated by something called a STC, which is a standard test condition.
Okay.
And what that means is, if you have a 250 watt solar panel, what they do is they lay it over a sunbed, and that sunbed puts out 1,000 watts per square meter. And based on the impact of the sunlight and the amount of electricity it generates, they rate that solar panel. Now, to come back to your question, if you put one of those solar panels at a good position, at a good angle, up onto your roof, and you leave it for the day, in the early morning, say between 8 and whatever, 10 o'clock, you're not going to get full generation.
Right.
So that solar panel, even though it's a 250 watt solar panel, it's not going to produce 250 watts.
Okay.
Because the incidence of the sunlight on the solar panel is not direct. So it will underproduce. It will maybe do whatever, 180 watts or all the way down to zero.
So when you get the just to kind of...
So to come back to your original
okay,
question,
okay.
Inside of a day, we as renewable energy people, we take what's called an engineering norm, which is we always work with 5.5 hours.
So when we've got a 250 watt solar panel, that is what it does at the peak of sunlight.
Yeah.
But it might be less at different times of the day.
Correct, yeah.
But to return that to our original question about kilowatt hours per year,
right,
and the relationship between a certain installation and the number of kilowatt hours.
Right.
So kilowatts to kilowatt hours. People want to understand what's the difference. How does that work?
Right. So when they talk about 100 megawatts, it's what we call about 100 megawatts deployed, meaning that they'll put up. So put it in easier terms, but they'll put up 100 megawatts of solar panels on the ground.
Right.
They're not telling you how much it's going to produce for the day. They're not saying. So the expectation generally would be is that you should pick up 550 megawatts or half a gigawatt of output from a 100 megawatt plant. So there's a difference.
Numbers again.
There's
a 100 megawatt.
So if you've got 100, we work on a standard saying that even though the sun comes up in its daytime for you, from whatever 7 in the morning and at 7 at night it goes down, and that's 12 hours. We don't calculate based on 12 hours. In areas like Dar or these kind of areas, you can calculate on 6 hours or 6.5 hours or whatever. But what I'm trying to say is that we always calculate on a minimum standard, which is normally 5.5 hours.
Okay.
So when I design a 100 megawatt array, my expectation is for it to work for 5.5 hours of the day at full production.
And that would be how many kilowatt hours then?
So if you had 100
megawatts?
megawatts that was producing at 5.5 hours, you would have 550 megawatts.
Right, okay, got it.
But that, because there's 1,000 megawatts in a gigawatt, it's the same thing as saying it's just over half a gigawatt.
Right.
But that's production. So but what they're talking about in the newspaper, which is why we're having this discussion, is they're talking about a 100 megawatt plant, and what that means is 100 megawatts deployed.
Right.
So on the ground, if it's 10 solar panel, 10 or whatever, if it's 4 250 watt solar panels, that's a kilowatt deployed.
Okay.
If it's whatever, it's what you put on the ground, and there's nothing to do with how much power it makes. Now, what the minister was referring to, and what NERSA was referring to in that article, was they were saying that we have been bound by a power purchase agreement, which is what the IPP is. It's the power purchase, it's power purchase agreement, PPA. And what it is they are bound at a certain rate. So a developer comes to the minister, says, "Hello, minister, I'm responding to your bid, and we're going to put out this bid, and we're going to offer you electricity at R1.05
Right.
per kilowatt hour,
Right.
or per whatever, sorry, R2.80 per kilowatt, whatever their value is.
Right.
So they are basically selling electricity to Eskom. Eskom then signs an agreement saying, I accept that and I will utilize that and I can on-sell that.
Okay. And on the production of that electricity, if it was nuclear or if it was coal, how would the whole kilowatt hour thing work with the...
Right, so they do exactly the same thing. So you don't judge okay, so first of all nuclear, coal, petroleum, natural gas, all of them, they all use steam turbines. Those turbines have a rating, either, whatever, they're 550 meg or 500 megawatts. That's their rating, that is their deployed. Medupi is rated at 4,700 megawatts. It means that they have turbines in there that are rated at 4,700 megawatts. So when you switch it on, that will produce 4,700 megawatts every hour. Every hour it will produce it. So over the course of a day, obviously it's a massive amount of power, massive amount of energy there. But the reality is that if you take a look at Medupi, so Medupi was initially intended to cost 5.4 billion rand in this case.
Okay.
Actually, I think I converted to US dollars, but anyway, so it meant to cost 5.4. I think it's billion US dollars for the construction. It's the largest coal-fired power station in the world. Well, once it's completed, it will be.
Okay.
However, after 2 years, they said no, they were unable to complete it. There was issues with it, and the costs went up.
Okay.
Now they're sitting on, it's almost year 10. They still haven't completed the plant. It's still not fully functional. It's almost doubled in cost in terms of what they originally stated it was going to cost.
Okay.
Now that is not always the norm with coal-fired. Coal-fired is not as inaccurate as that traditionally.
Right.
But there is a technology that is, the norm, and that's nuclear. Nuclear forever comes in over cost, over budget, over time.
Like the French one in the UK.
Yeah. So the same story. I mean, like everything, whatever you loan originally to meet the cost of production for a nuclear plant is inevitably going to overrun all budgets, and it scares people. It scares countries. If you're signing up a deal for 1.4 billion euro and to produce it, in the back of your head, you've got to be starting to worry about, hang on, this could actually cost us 2.4, 3.4, whatever it is, 100 billion euro, whatever. It's the same figure. In your mind, you know that is not a persistent figure.
Right.
And so there's problems with it. And then aside from the problems with it, a lot of countries in Europe, they export the nuclear waste. Ironically, this country, South Africa, was picked up as importing. We're registered as an importer of nuclear waste. God knows what we do with it.
I wonder.
But that nuclear waste goes somewhere,
Valplatz.
Sorry?
Valplatz.
Okay, so there you go. But I mean, and that's just from one nuclear facility or a group of nuclear facilities in single place, and we're importing it here. But all over the world, there is byproduct. In Coburg buries on site. So that means that even long after Coburg has ceased to operate, that ground will have nuclear waste.
Okay.
But nuclear waste is not actually the big problem, so much the big problem. I mean, nuclear waste is never nice, no matter what you do. But there's other problems. So nuclear has to desalinate the water and to
Before we go into the other problems, just on the kilowatt hour thing, how long? It's 5.5 hours on average for solar per day. For a coal-fired reactor.
No, so they run 24 hours.
They run 24
yeah,
hours.
Well, I mean, they're load dependent, so they're demand side dependent.
Okay, because sometimes they disengage for a while. We've heard about that.
Yes, so that's called wheeling. So what happens is when you have, if you're powering any demand, so any kind of load, at any given point during the time of the day or time of the year, the demand may be higher. So let's say we're powering this house for argument's sake, In the morning, we're all making breakfast in the kitchen, and our demand is maybe 5 kilowatt, whatever it is.
Right.
But then during the day, everyone goes to school and goes to work, and the demand drops right off. Now it's whatever, half a kilowatt. It's just powering your fridge and a bunch of other stuff that you left on.
Right.
But then you come home at night, and everyone's home. They're using their geysers, and but the exact same thing that happens with this house can be extrapolated on a macro scale for a city, for a province, for anything.
So everybody does the same things roughly at the
Right,
same
but
time.
it makes a variation, so it makes a pattern. So what happens is any power plant, whether it's coal fire or nuclear or anything, they have to gear up to supply demand. But there can be a gap, and that gap can be short. It can be anything from hours up to a few minutes, but there are drop-offs. Now you can't have a turbine that's producing all this power, and that power goes nowhere.
Right.
So what they do is they disengage it, and it goes into a state called wheeling. So they're still turning the turbine, but it's just not producing power.
Okay, and for nuclear, did they do that too?
It's the exact same concept.
So
in
they
fact,
put the rods in
nuclear,
to stop
nuclear, you don't switch off. So you can't really. One of the big problems with nuclear, in fact, this is the big problem that they have in Japan with is Fukushima, is that once you've got your heat, once the production, once the chain reaction has started, there's no switch, man. You can't walk up to a nuclear plant and go, okay, off now.
Right.
It doesn't work like that.
Okay.
It's a savage beast. You're splitting an atom.
Right.
So anyway, net result is they have exactly the same principle. It goes into a state of wheeling. They disengage the actual production. The power is still being put into the actual turbine, but they've disengaged the production.
Okay, so they don't stop the reactor. They don't put the rods down like they would do.
No. If they're going into a state of maintenance, then obviously they will cut the output. But at the end of the day, I want you to put it in perspective, and there is really no difference. The reason why nuclear is because it takes less to make that much more heat. You're using a more advanced, you're splitting an atom, which is what's releasing that massive amounts of energy inside of that atom to basically flash boil water. I mean, that's what you're doing. You flash boiling water. It's like, woo.
Yes.
But in coal, it's not different, really.
Right.
But you've got to keep that temperature at some constant you can't walk in there and spray it down with a hose to switch it off.
Right.
You can taper it off, and slowly cool it down. But even if you were to shut them down today, like a coal fire, it would take weeks to actually cool down to a point that it's functional.
A coal fire.
A coal fire. Forget nuclear. I mean, nuclear, coal fire, petroleum. It's all the same thing. It's all the same principle.
Right.
It's operating on a heat basis, and the heat is what is evaporating steam, and that steam is driven into a turbine, and turns the wheel, and that's what generates. And the thing that I always find the funniest about this whole thing is that you can understand the basic principle of coal. You heat something up, and you're using the steam to turn a wheel, and that's sort of sensible. But when you start splitting atoms,
right?
I mean, it's like one of the most powerful reactions in the universe, almost. I mean,
Yes.
it's immensely powerful. I mean, outside of fission, it's huge.
Yeah.
And you're using it to boil water. It's the concept is crazy. It's crazy. And when accidents happen, they happen. And I mean, if you think about it, in our lifetime, we're already aware of 2 accidents. You've got Chernobyl, you've got Fukushima. There are countless other...
3 Mile Island?
Yeah, this guy, I didn't even know about that. But I mean, there's countless other incidents that happen. But coming back to a nuclear reactor, for argument's sake, they all have a byproduct. So they flush out, there's a huge outflow of hot water. Now, because most of that comes from the sea and they don't really care, they just dump it into the sea. It goes back into the ocean.
Right.
That's why the water is always generally warmer around nuclear reactors.
Right.
But of course, it has a dramatic impact on all the entire marine ecosystem that surrounds a nuclear plant. I mean, it is devastating.
Okay.
So everything changes, everything shifts, and so that's another byproduct that you have from nuclear. I mean, it's not as bad, obviously, as nuclear waste, but it's right up there. It has a traumatic impact.
Now, you've been very involved in the new storage technologies that are coming on stream. How will that affect this concept of wheeling and disengaging from
Right.
base load?
So I mean, it's like beautiful. It's really beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. There's actually, There's actually a couple of ways to conquer what we call a base load problem. The base load problem is you have solar power and it's up in the day, but at night there's no solar power. So what happens? And that's the base load problem. And the same with the wind turbine. You've got all these wind turbines all around the country producing wind power, but there are times when there's no wind. So what happens?
Even in Cape Town.
Right, well, very rare. Yeah. at heights, yeah. But anyway, it's a problem. Okay, so there's a couple of technologies that stepped into the gap. One of these technologies is renewables called CSP, or concentrated solar power, and they use a type of salt, and they go through what's called a phase change, and they store the output. So they have all these mirrors, concentrate on another name for it is a power tower, but they concentrate on a point of light, and it melts the salt, and it basically stores the heat. And they can utilize that heat for overnight or days at a time. But the principle of storing energy as heat is there. And of course, it's well over-engineered. I mean, seriously over-engineered. You can buy this stuff. It's Israeli technology. The storage technology is Israeli. The Israelis are very good at this kind of stuff. But so if you understand that here we've got these really advanced concepts that people that are trying to confuse you, they throw at you. Like they'll talk about things like, how do you store 50 megawatt? What is the base load? And they'll throw concepts at you
That's why we need you, Jason.
No. But I mean, it's not just me. It's not just me. As complex as they try to make it sound, it actually comes down to a very basic mechanic. Like you heating up something, and then you're putting water through the thing, and that water boils. It boils, and then you understand? And it runs a turbine. It's the exact
mechanical energy.
Exactly right, and the same principle. And another thing that I also love, I must just say this, is that in most of us, when I was growing up, we did an experiment where we took magnets and we put it around a piece of copper, and you make a little bulb go on. And it's kind of ironic that we're using the exact same thing. Like, I mean, those big nuclear turbines, those big coal-fired, those advanced, those heavy engineers, and it's serious stuff, mainly because of the output of it. But I mean, it is that same basic principle. It's that basic thing of magnet round copper. That's what it is. And more advanced versions, but I mean, that's what it is. So anyway, there you get heat as a storage mechanism. And that's nice because they can utilize that. But there are actually cheaper ways to do it. They've come up with the mixture of what they've got is like there's various different salts that they can apply to that. But you could actually do something simple. You could do like sand. You could do like concrete. Concrete actually has a higher storage the amount of heat that it can take, the amount of heat that it can retain it actually can retain it as long without having to undergo a phase change as the salt. I mean, but we've so over-engineered the whole concept of it.
Concrete's not so romantic.
No. Like if you said this, hey, no, we're going to make a big hole here, we're going to fill it with concrete, and then we're going to output, we're going to heat up the concrete so it's really hot, and then that's our storage mechanism. I mean, no, you can't. You're not going to get a BMW like that, because anybody can do it. So that's on the one thing, and obviously I'm oversimplifying to an extent, but then you get super advances in technology, and this is what's just happened recently, is supercapacitors. And supercapacitor is like a beautiful thing inside of every kind of device. There's a thing called a capacitor, and the capacitor stores energy for a short period of time.
In our laptops, in our phones.
Laptops, in most devices, so anything that you've got any retained current. So like when you most people have had this advice before. So when they're having a problem with an electronic device, they say unplug it, and then leave it off for like 10 seconds.
And everybody wonders why.
Like why? Why must I do this?
Why can't we just put it on after 1 second? Because we're impatient people.
And it's just allowing the internal circuitry and the capacitors to discharge.
Capacitors, that's
right. And so it comes in various different forms, and mainly used in inverters and that kind of stuff. Anyway, they're a useful thing. And for a long time, it's been rumored that the ability, the disadvantage that you always had with capacitors was you could never keep the current that you put in it. And of course the volume of storage that was available on any capacitor.
So capacitors discharge the current very quickly.
So they take current really quickly, and they discharge current really quickly.
Which is the characteristics of a capacitor as far as we knew so far. And that's what capacitors did, and that's how engineers used them.
Yeah.
But something's changed now, right?
Yes, right. So now they basically went and they did carbon nanotube technology, and they applied it to these supercapacitors. And basically what they've been able to do is they've been able to take a capacitor, and they've been able to increase, first of all, the volume and amount of energy that it could take. Now, a capacitor, various different sizes of capacitor, could always take a lot of energy, but they were never able to keep it for a long time. So now you can keep the energy on a supercapacitor from anything between 1 kilowatt hour, 50 megawatt, you're able to keep for up to 14 days.
Right.
And that's seriously
14 days
14
instead
days.
of 10 seconds.
Instead of even less than 10 seconds in some cases, but yes. So all of a sudden now you have a device that people would have loved to, for many years, everybody wanted to use a supercapacitor for some storage.
Right.
But the ability to, it just was too fast, it was too transient. You couldn't make it stay, no matter what you did. You couldn't keep the power there long enough.
So a capacitor now is more like what we'd previously call a battery.
Yes, right. So that's what we call them now. We call them supercapacitor batteries.
Right. But batteries the traditional batteries have disadvantages that capacitors don't have.
Of course, yes.
What are they?
So with any battery, you have a thing called an electrolyte. Electrolyte is like the medium, the gel, or the lead acid that they use.
Lithium?
Well, lithium as well, although lithium is slightly in a different class to your typical types of energy. But the negative components that are associated with this is that there's generally a build-up. So on the plate, so in the terms of when you recharge and discharge, and over time, the battery it ceases to be able to absorb charge as well. And it ceases to be able to give up charge as well.
Can you clean them? Can you improve them?
You can, in some cases, you can. But if you understand that, you can get a maximum lifespan out of, any kind of plate. The buildup is so intense. I mean, it punctures little holes in it. It's finished after a period of time.
As we know from our cell phones and our laptop.
Well, in that case, that's a lithium. So in that case, I mean, generally there's swelling on it, and the efficiency, so the overall ability for it to store power and release power, that becomes compromised over time.
Right.
The benefit that people have of lithium, for argument's sake, is that its energy density is is much higher. So
compared to, say, a car battery.
Yeah, much more.
Much more.
But also it has the benefit that you're able to cycle it a lot deeper. So you're able to use more of a lithium battery than you are, for argument's sake.
Cycle it deeper?
Cycle. So every battery is rated on the number of cycles.
Recharge.
Right, so it's a full discharge normally.
Right.
And you rate a battery, every battery has a thing called a DOD, which is a depth of depletion, versus cycle life characteristics.
Right.
And this is how we assess generally a battery.
Right.
And so you will see it will have, if you've got a 100 amp battery, for argument's sake, and you use 50%, that's called a 50% DOD. Depth of depletion means you're using half of the battery, and if you cycle that on a daily basis, it will tell you how many cycles, how many cycles you can get off that. Maybe you can get 1,000 cycles, maybe you can get 500 cycles.
Right.
But a cycle is, generally you can use it in a year or whatever. You'll use up a little lead acid battery, or 2 years.
Well, like a car battery.
Or like car battery. So a car battery, because you're not using the full volume of a car batteries last longer. But under renewable energy applications, you're using that battery generally on a day-to-day basis.
So you fully deplete it?
Well, not fully, never fully, but down to half or 30%.
Okay.
And then you're putting it back up, and half and 30%. You could fully deplete it, but then, so the more you deplete it, the shorter the lifespan of the battery.
Okay.
So people generally try what we call shallow cycle. You impact as low on the battery as possible.
Okay.
To get the maximum possible lifespan of the battery. And this is true of all technologies, whether it's lead acid, whether it's gel, AGM, lithium, it makes no difference.
Right.
That applies to those concepts, because obviously there's a mechanical process a chemical process is taking place inside of the battery.
Right.
It is decreasing its lifespan based on the way that you're using.
So the number of cycles, very, very roughly off the top of your head, for a kind of car battery or a lithium-ion battery would be?
So on a car battery, you'll do anything between a car battery is different, so forget car battery. A car battery is like a cranking battery. It's designed to give up power fast and take charge fast. But in any renewable or energy electrical storage, you use what's called a deep cycle battery.
Right.
So a deep cycle battery is designed that it can be recharged and discharged more.
Right, because with a car battery, it's quick, and then you use it, and you don't really use it after that.
Yeah, and it's got to yield up a lot. It's got to give up a lot of power very fast.
Right. With a laptop battery or a cell phone battery,
right, so
you're using it all the time. You're not
that's
just
right.
using it for
and so it's over a period, so your impact on it is less.
Right. Okay.
So, but at the same time, normally what you'll get is about 1 to 3 years off your cheap lead acid batteries.
1 to 2, and how many cycles is that?
Well, it's using it every day.
Okay.
So if you take a 100 amp deep cycle battery, you use your 50% 50 amps per day, recharge it 50 amps per day.
Right.
You will get roughly about a year to a year and a half. Max push, you'll get about 2.5 years off.
Right.
That's what happens.
And a laptop battery?
A laptop battery is a lithium cell, so you'll get a lot more out of a laptop battery. A laptop battery, your cell phone battery, you'll get a lot more out of them. If you charge them properly and take care of them properly, those batteries can last you anything up to 12 years. Lithium is like that. Lithium is a good technology like that.
Okay.
And then you get more advanced lead acid technology, which will last you between 2.5 to say 5 years or 4 years. And these are all your kind of, your American class Trojan batteries, good, well designed. They're specifically focused for like renewable energy applications, and they're good batteries.
Okay. So now we come to capacitors.
Right.
How do they compare with?
Right. So I did a really cool calculation. Anyway. So this guy, I had this comment on our Facebook site, and the guy was saying, okay, and so I'm trying to compare, the differences. So I said, well, that's no problem, man. He says, yeah, it's not viable to go solar because you've got to change batteries. So and the batteries, even the best batteries, only going to last you 12 years.
Okay.
And first of all, you got the concept wrong. I'm not trying to supply a battery system for the national grid. I'm trying to supply a massive grid feed system, and generally there is no storage. Generally you're just supplying the grid. But I said, but even if there was to be a battery, and we were to do it, and we used a supercapacitor as a battery, our battery would last 1,395 years.
Oh, really? That's quite a long time.
Yeah, sure. I mean, God no. It's
that
crazy.
takes us back to about Anglo-Saxon times. That was before the Norman Conquest.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So and that just puts it in perspective. Now, look, the characteristics of usage of a supercapacitor are obviously different to a battery, but it gets you 500,000 cycles.
500,000. So like your cell phone, it's cycling every day, right? Your laptop probably every day.
Right.
So that's 500,000.
Right. So on a lead acid battery, for argument's sake, you get maybe 1,500 cycles. Right. So that's cycled in, or maybe 1,000 cycles. I'll call it. Okay, your best one. Okay, 1,000 cycles. So that's roughly 3 years.
Right.
That you got on that battery.
Okay. So it just doesn't have the same kind of because it's not chemical.
It's not chemicals, and it's got no internal resistance.
Okay.
Because there is no chemical. It's not trying to. It just takes everything you've got to give it. Its ability to charge is it's every like in a normal battery system. You first got to heat up. You've got to warm up the battery, and it takes a while. It goes through various states of charge before it actually starts to absorb charge. Before it gets to the bulk stage of charge.
Right.
And
this is with what?
This is normal, traditional kind of battery or storage.
Lithium ion.
Lithium ion, very similar. I mean, lithium ion takes power faster, but it's still the same principle.
Right.
It's a different kind of charging algorithm, but it's still a charge, and it takes time to charge.
And there's something changing chemically in these batteries.
Oh, of course, there is.
With a charge or not?
Chemical alteration.
With a capacitor or not?
But with a capacitor, zero. So there's zero internal resistance. So that means that the same amount of time. So if you use 10 kilowatt and you put 10 kilowatt onto it, it will absorb that instantaneously, almost practically. So your charge time is basically disappeared.
Right.
It's ludicrous.
And these things are commercially available now?
Commercially available, yes.
And the cost of these compared to traditional batteries?
So they're slightly more expensive, about 35% more expensive.
Which for 500,000 charges is not that
right, so I said charge. I said to a lot of the engineers, like some people that we spoke to, I said to a lot of them, I said, listen, man, it will outlast us.
Yeah.
You'll put in a battery in an application, we won't be around to see the end of that battery. And that is just the reality of it. But the real excitement of this, look, it's an emerging, brand new technology. One company so far in the world has cracked this technology, and this technology is now available here in South Africa.
And as you've seen it work?
It functions in Dubai.
You personally have
No, I've obviously not. It's a new technology.
Okay, it's coming now.
Right, but anyway, all over the world there are functioning sites where people fly out to, they see it, fall over and cry about why they never thought of it. honestly, I'm telling you. But the functional reality of it is this.
Right.
Is that we don't yet really understand, like I don't really yet understand how to apply it yet to a renewable system.
Okay.
But if you think about the implications of what it does, forgetting renewable energy just for a moment, and you take a look at a coal-fired power station,
right,
a nuclear power station, and you start storing your energy on a massive capacity.
But you mentioned earlier there's not much storage at the moment. People just produce for the grid, and when it's too much, they actually disengage the place.
Correct.
So it's not. So it's a huge waste.
It's a huge waste.
So there's all that energy, there's all that
but
heat.
Also remember, a lot of
not being converted into.
A lot of the load shedding that we experienced last year was due to them shutting down plants for maintenance.
Right.
So the actual grid took impact. They were they overstretched when they shut down plants because maintenance had to be performed. People got shut down all over the country.
Okay.
Now you place a supercapacitor into that mix, and all of a sudden you can store up to 14 days on your system. You can shut down your plant, go have a beer, play a game of golf, come back, and it's the best part is you can put the power back into that. So when it does come back on, it will instantaneously pick up your output again. It will charge itself in minutes.
Right.
It's ludicrous.
So in other words, we can take these plants which are producing and then being disengaged and run them 100% of the time, or
yes,
something like that, and store all the power, and then we won't need to build all these extra power stations.
Right. Or you could just use it to take care of your peaks. So where you are now basically peaking out and then dropping down, you've got an average that is in operation. So if you could have a capacitor that just took care of your peaks, it means that your turbines would only ever have to stay at the average. They wouldn't need to climb up for the peak because your capacitor could take care of all the peaks.
Right.
So all of the hills and anything that might come in between, any sporadic kind of.
So with our existing old style coal-fired fossil fuel thing, we can use them far more efficiently.
Far more efficient.
So we don't need to produce any more. China's producing one a week or something.
Yeah, well, I heard that. I've actually heard that before, but I'd like to see the write-up on that.
Okay, I've never researched.
The only reason is because it takes between 5 to 10 years to produce.
Yeah.
China has recently, they've just put. First of all, China has more wind power than all of Europe and United States put together.
Wow.
I mean, it's immense, man. In terms of solar PV, they're talking about knocking out, I think, close on 15% of their grid completely. 15, but understand this is China. We're not talking about little South Africa. I mean,
it's not a small grid.
2% of their grid is like our entire power consumption, kind of thing. Those aren't real figures, but But anyway, so just to kind of focus on the thing. Now, if you take a look at nuclear power, coal fire, any of those kind of power technologies, they're generally rather inefficient, and the basis for keeping them was operating on the principle that there wasn't another technology that could supply a base load, a persistent power. When you walk to your wall, you turn on a switch, it must work. Big industry, when they're operating, they can't say, oh shit, the sun's gone down, we no longer, we got to switch off.
Right.
So and they traded on this for a long period of time, and this is how they function. But if you take a renewable energy system, be it photovoltaic, wind, wave, whatever you want, and you apply it to a couple of 50 megawatt capacitors, all of a sudden you are able to take all the power that they output. If in one part of the country there's no wind, in another part there's sun, you know,
Right.
and you're able to store all this and deploy it back to grid. You've got a parity in terms of being able to make a stable baseload, a stable grid.
Right.
And so the proposition, the opportunity for renewable energy to completely supplant kind of fossil fuel driven kind of energy sources, it's here, it's really here.
Because the storage solves the baseload problem.
The storage solves the baseload problem. But even if supercapacitors never existed,
Okay.
even if they weren't around, you with sufficient focus on any concept, bearing in mind that the principle here is to heat something. That's it, man. I mean, it's just to heat something
steam.
up.
Heating
You
water
want
to
to
make
heat
steam.
something up. So if you completely got rid of the concept of a supercapacitor, and let's say in every province you dug a massive hole, just as an argument, you fill that massive hole with cement, and you know, you had a water source exactly like a coal-fired plant does, and you attach that to turbines, and that just sat there, and all the output that you created from any wind source, or any solar source or anything, it just plummeted into this massive heat store.
Right.
So every time the grid couldn't take it, the plants were producing, say in this case 100 megawatt, but the grid's only using 80 megawatt, then that extra 20 megawatt just shoveled into this heat store. And this happens all over.
Can you keep the heat hot by insulation?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, those are thermal characteristics. But I mean, you know, if you think about it, if you're able to do it with a salt, with a improved degree of efficiency, and overly complex, I mean, it goes through some, actually, I said it goes through like a phase change. You know, they are playing with the basic kind of atomic structure of their storage medium, just to get a desired result.
And there's simpler ways to do it.
But if you think about it, I mean, take a look at something like a mountain, you know, so there we have a thing here, it's called a bergwind, and the bergwind comes because the mountains are heated, you know, like they get heated up during the day, and the wind from the mountain brings the heat, and at night, you can be sitting outside at night and it's beautiful and warm. All you're talking about is heating something.
Right.
And so by the more concentration that you put on that object, the more heat that you develop in that object, it retains it to a certain degree, and you can improve the efficiency of that retention of heat. You can do this,
right?
And it's not. I mean, it's not. I mean, we came up with some crazy concepts. You know, keep a gap separating it, and keep it like hovering on magnetic levitators. But the principle of everything remains the same. It is a basic mechanical truth of anything. If you heat something up, it has a time that it will retain that heat, and if you insulate it, that time will remain longer.
Right.
And if you run water through it and it's hot enough, water boils, and as long as you have enough pressure coming through and enough heat inside of it, you can drive a steam turbine, and that's exactly what they're doing. And that
in every case,
it's a basic mechanical truth. And so when we come back to the concepts of why we do things so overly complex, they can actually be simple. They can be simple, but they're not.
Okay, the trees here, we collect the seeds in the rivers, mainly along the Berg River, where the Berg River is so polluted. And we start right up at source at Assegai-Bos, collecting seeds of the indigenous breeder crew of yellowwoods and all the other indigenous plants and bushes and grasses and things that filter the water. And we did 16,500 trees last year, over 14,500 this year. We've got another probably 7,000 still to plant this year as well, of all different types. That are indigenous ones. So once Land of Agriculture gets in and moves all the aliens, then we go in afterwards and plant the indigenous stuff behind them. Reforest, increase biodiversity, clean the water, get more habitats, so it increases all the species, not just the bar. Well, what's happening, the Berg River now is so polluted that the United Nations have threatened that they will ban all fruit irrigated from the Berg River below Paarl. That's how bad the pollution is. It gets into the fruit. There we're looking at hundreds of thousands of jobs, billions of rands in exports, so it's a massive, massive problem. Provincial government is working very hard on it, Department of Agriculture is working very hard on it, but there's a time limit where the cut-off has to come. We have to fix the river. No, the farmers are getting into this very much. Of course, there is still sprays, but it's far better controlled. They're doing a lot of aerial spray now, but the helicopters or the planes all work on GPS points now, so there's very little sort of wafting of the spray. It's very specific how they spray it now. It's actually quite professional, and some of the insecticides they're using now are much, much better than they were 5 years ago. Most of the spraying is against fruit fly. Not that we know of, no. Not on that sort of scale. It's come a lot better. When we came here 30 years ago, it was much, much worse. There was no helmets on the tractors. Nowadays the tractors are closed, they've got filters on them, the guys have masks, and of course the chemicals are far more better and not as harmful as they were 30 years ago. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's got much more specific now aerial spraying, in that you don't get that wind waft. They spray, we hear them here, sunrise, normally when there's no wind around, and they're very, very specific. You can watch the sprays only on that orchard. Drifting used to be a major problem before, but it's much better controlled. It's still a little bit, it's not, yeah, but here it's quite specific. But not everybody can afford to have that kind of equipment. Today, arriving this afternoon, is 27 people from Cape Town University that are here to study the water. They're going to open a research station in the old sewage works down the road. Quite a fantastic project that. That's with Professor Kevin Winter. The facility being an old sewage works and right on the tributaries to the Berg is an absolute perfect research station. That particular department at Cape Town University has been working on this river for years now, so they've got a long track record of how the pollution has increased. A lot of it is, it's not just spray. The effects of spray are getting better and better. I mean, it obviously still is an effect, but the biggest problem now is we've got very good road engineers who make fantastic stormwater drains, and a lot of the sewage works or sewage pipes in the squatter camps are broken. So all the effluent goes straight into the stormwater drains and straight to the river. It just bypasses the sewage works completely. So that's the biggest pollution problem is coming out of settlements. There's various initiatives going on by Western Cape government, some quite brilliant ones, using biomimicry and that sort of thing. And that's working. It's an experiment now, but it seems to be working. We can go up there and have a look if you want. Well, we don't spray here at all. So we stopped farming here about 10 years ago because of the sprays we had to use. So it's been totally organic now for over 10 years. The only thing we spray here is garlic and chilies. So, well, there's enough here for everybody.
Exactly.
There's enough here for the caterpillars. The chickens eat the caterpillars. So it's, there's plenty for everybody here. Very possible.
It's possible.
It's very possible, yeah. It's proving in a lot of areas. Department of Agriculture are doing quite a initiative with the wheat farmers, where they're not burning and spraying so much, they're leaving all the biomass in the ground and their crops are increasing at far less expense. So it's definitely possible. There are ways. There is a major problem with bees in South Africa at the moment. We've lost over 40% of that, but that's due to a fungus hitting the larva of the bee in the hives, so the actual larva does not mature. No, not with the 18 hives we've got here and the fact that we're organic. We get more pollination than we can actually use. Yeah, we're growing things all the year around here, so it's not a problem. Yeah, we actually plant for the bees. We deliberately plant in winter stuff that the bees can eat, so we make sure they've got food all around.
Okay.
We've had quite a long discussions with the road department, trying to get them to stop cutting the road verges, and they've sort of come back with various answers to us. So what we now have to do is, even if they cut it 400 mil off the ground, that'll still give the fakies and all the other things for the bees to eat. But if you add up the millions of hectares of road verges that could become bee fodder, I think that's one of the answers we must look at is, stop cutting the road verges. There's enough fodder there to keep the bees busy, plenty of them. Yeah, that is a thing, and also we've discussed that a lot with the Department of Agriculture, the way they take the aliens out of the riverbeds. They just flatten everything. I'll show you down here how we do it. We plant the indigenous and we just do this with the aliens. So we use the alien plants as the pioneer plants, plant all the indigenous stuff, and then as the indigenous stuff grows we take out the aliens. Some of the other methods, they go and they flatten everything, they bring in DT bulldozers, which weigh tons. I don't know what the effects of that's on the biomass and everything living in the soil, but it must be radical. So we're doing it a different way to a lot of the sort of, but it's a cost factor. You know, to go in and clear things like on the Berg River, it definitely is the most cost effective. So rather they're doing something and we get in afterwards and plant the indigenous trees than do absolutely nothing. But the whole idea, the way we do it, is that it gives the bees and all the insects time to adapt from gum to the natural stuff. You know, if you take out the gum completely, a lot of the bees have adapted only to gum, or eucalyptus or various other indigenous trees. So it's a matter of how one does it. No, the whole idea of getting the indigenous plants is to stop the erosion, because a lot of the gums and pines and things, they suck up a huge amount of water, and their root system is not as good for anti-erosion as a lot of the indigenous stuff. They're indigenous, so what we do, we literally find the very few trees that are still here, indigenous trees, and we go at the right time of year, depending on the species, collect the seeds and then replant them back in the same area where we picked them up, because they have, a lot of these rivers have been devastated, so sometimes it's very difficult for us to find trees in certain areas, but we do find them now and then, and from one tree we can get 3,000-4,000 seedlings off it. So. No, we picked them in the wild.
You picked them
Yeah,
in the wild.
we actually got permission from Cape
What
Nature.
about
We do, but we only use heirloom seed. No, not really. We order them over internet, or we've got various contacts in Cape Town and around the country where we get them from, friends, people like that. We grow a lot of our own heirloom seeds here now. No, I think let's go around, and I'm certainly not an expert in everything, but I can show you around.
Is communicating, and what I love is the fact that you're taking the seeds from the situs, from the same area, and you're putting them back. So it's like bringing them back into the family. And trees talk, don't they?
I'm convinced trees communicate. They definitely do. I mean, there's no question. If giraffes are eating acacia there, all the acacia trees around start putting out a bitterness to stop the giraffe eating them. So you see the giraffe eat here, and then he goes right over there to eat, because these ones have already put out a bitter flavor into their leaves. So there's a communication. How it works, I don't know. But I don't know how cell phones talk to each other. So, you know, there's a lot of communications out there we don't know. But I'm 100% convinced trees communicate.
We're going through that today if we can.
Yeah, I've tied up today because all the universities come.
So you're not in agreement about the spraying, you're just saying that it has improved.
Yeah, no, I've got an agreement.
But
No, one of the worst sprays that we used to experience, but I haven't seen it much lately, is a thing called winter oil. And basically what they did, it was sprayed on the trees as they started to bud, and it arrested, literally suffocated everything. So the buds that were starting were suffocated. So the other buds internally could get up to the same sort of level of budding, and it had a certain sort of lifespan, and then when it left they would all bud together. So it saved the farmers a lot of money, because they could then pick once or twice instead of 3 or 4 times as it budded naturally. So it was done for that, but that killed everything. I mean, insects, everything. It was terrible stuff. But as I say, I haven't seen it used for a while. Not in this area anyway.
Thank you.
at least in the last 15 years, all the chemicals, including herbicides, have an adjuvant, which is designed to make the chemicals stick to whatever. They stick to everything. So people everywhere has, instead of before where it would disperse, it now sticks, and so I think that's why everybody's getting more sick these days than before. And I've heard that they use aluminium, so the air is full of aluminium, and already our water supply has alum in it, so there's just an oversupply of aluminium. Growing problem. Yeah. So that's why people have chest problems and dermatitis, and because it's just sticking to everything. And our water supply in Stellenbosch always smells and tastes like whatever is being sprayed at. Could be like in the winter it smells like herbicide, in the summer it smells and tastes like insecticide. So whatever's being sprayed is getting in the water somehow or other.
Natural trees that grow naturally in the rivers and that we propagate from seed and put back in the rivers. In these beds here, we've got 46,000 seedlings, which are going to go into about 32 schools within Biosphere Reserve, and the rest get planted into settlements and various other private homes for food security. All of these trays are filled with vegetables.
Wow, okay.
So
Amazing.
we go in every week. We've got a team going into various communities, distributing seedlings, setting up the gardens, teaching people how to make compost, that sort of thing. All vegetables, yeah. These are just flowers for somebody wanting to plant them, one of the volunteers. And then once they get to a certain size, we then prick them out, put them into, here's a lot of these. You'll see that must be 6 or 8 in one plug. These are 220 plug trays. So all this gets planted out, given away. We don't sell anything. Those have come up in the last 24 hours. You must know these.
No?
And the keyhole gardens with the compost heap in the middle.
Oh, I love it. Explain it.
Well, basically what it is, it's a raised bed, so we put sticks and cardboard and anything underneath. Here's the compost heap in the middle, so you don't have to fertilize it, it just leaches out from the compost. Yeah. And we've put a lot of these into, old age homes, informal settlements, things like that. They work for two reasons. People that can't bend down, it's easy for them to garden. It's self-generating. And in a lot of the areas they've got pigs, so they can't have gardens. This is fantastic. You put them in, and it's all made from alien timber. It's taken out where the aliens have been cleared out of the rivers. And you can easily feed a family off this. I mean, this has now just been revamped, but we had them where we put the overhead gardens. You pick pumpkins here, and whole back there was tomatoes and climbing plants and beans. But when we finish the centre at Stellenbosch, there'll be a whole example of all of this. So we bus the communities in and take them there for a whole day, and they learn, and everything's done with recycled materials, so it costs nothing.
Oh. So these are some of the alien...
Yeah, just alien things.
Taken
Often, municipalities always chopping down things, so everything we use is, we make it in such a way that anybody can do it, no matter what their financial incomes are.
Cost of
All of the stuff here we
vegetables
give
and
away.
seedlings is really expensive. So if they couldn't, how would they get a supply of that?
Just finance. All of this stuff here, we've got people, volunteers, just planting all the time. So we've normally got between 30 and 40,000 seedlings in stock all the time.
Wow.
So it's done through volunteers and things like that, and we propagate a lot of our own seeds, so it doesn't cost us much. Everything's reused, yeah.
And where do the volunteers come from? The local community?
Local communities. Beauty of having Jan Marais, it's right in the middle of the university, so we've got about 150 students signed up as volunteers, and then we get volunteers from Luxembourg. They come here for 6 months at a time, and normally we've got at least 2 or 3 of them, and then we get interns and woofers, and so it's all done on a shoestring.
Sculptures?
Yeah, that's just a friend of mine. They do the molds, and then of course they make a bronze one, so I just take his original one. Yeah, the only pesticide we use here, we grow the chilies and we grow the garlic. There's the chilies you can see there, here's the wild garlic, things like that. We put that in a liquidizer. We then filter it and put it into a back spray, and we spray that. That's the only thing we spray here. We do, I mean, you'll see some of them eating it. Chickens are the worst. They come and eat the bugs and eat everything else as well. We just plant enough for everybody. So we've always got a supply. All our staff virtually feed off this garden as well. And the bugs also eat it. So we're really not worried if there's two. But it'll just reduce it. Oh yeah, we see it especially in the ECD schools, which we supply from this garden as well. Those kids are definitely, you could see a change after 5 or 6 months. They were definitely healthier, there's no question of that. Because they were literally living on rice on Monday, pasta on Tuesday, samp. They got no minerals or vitamins in their diet or meat at all. So if we deliver in summer when it's really flourishing here, we deliver between 80 and 120 kilos a week. So that's definitely adds to their diet. Oh, I've never really measured it out, but it's quite, I'll show you up, it goes right up past the red bus there. Yeah, probably a bit more.
Okay.
Probably a bit more, because we literally, between the pear trees, that's where we plant. So every piece of ground's used. We haven't taken the pear trees out to make the vegetable garden. They're planted 4 meters apart, so we've got 3-meter vegetable gardens right up through the pear orchard. Everything grows together.
Yes, and that's just what it should be. Just utilizing the land, utilizing what is around, and what I love is his principle of sharing and giving of his knowledge and giving of the seeds and passing them on. I think that's just extraordinary, and he's a man of the times. You know?
Yeah, the other thing we're researching now is a centrifugal toilet which was developed in Sweden. It's been around for quite a few years, and they use them on all the road stops going through Sweden, and they've about 4 or 5 times more people using them than they expected, and they're still working fine. At the Eden project, they've got one that handles 72,000 people a year, and it's very simple. It looks like an hourglass, and you use a normal flushing toilet, because a lot of people in this country don't want dry toilets, they want what everybody else has got. And so basically the flush toilet, all the effluent goes into this thing, and just through its shape and the spin, it separates the solids from the liquids. So the liquids will go into our tree nurseries, and the solids go into a thing below with worms, and it turns into fertilizer. So no sewage leaves that property at all. So one of the projects we're working on now is to go into informal settlements and split them into areas, because at the moment to put these sort of things in, these need no maintenance at all, they've got no moving parts. But we're trying to split the areas into, say, 100 houses, put them through one of these systems, put a nursery and a recycling unit in between those 100 houses, and that will then go to produce. We'll put a nursery there too, and then we will then buy the trees back from the community and replant them in the rivers. So it's win-win both ways. The banana circle, what a banana circle is, it really is just a round pit. You dig a pit. We've got this one lined because we're experimenting with not just with grey water but with human waste as well. So we dug this pit about 2 meters wide, 1.5 meters deep, and we lined it so it is waterproof, so nothing can get into the soil because we're quite close to the river. We then piped that into a Jojo tank, but there's about 8 people using this toilet every day, and nothing ever has gone into the Zozo tank. So what we did, we put about 1 kilo of worms in it first, and then we covered it with soil, and when we planted things like Phragmites, reeds, bananas and things like that, so that sucks up all the liquids, and the worms eat all the solids. And we've had that down now for about 1.5 years, and it's working perfectly. Now that's why it's lined. And the University of Cape Town is keeping a beady eye, and they're quite interested to see how it works. So it's very nice to have a university watching it, and if it does, if we can prove the concept and scientifically prove it, then we'll see how we can roll it out in other areas. Not just one, because through the biosphere reserves, we're in 121 countries, about 760 biospheres worldwide, and we've now got 8 in South Africa. So we've got very, very strong connections with tertiary institutions and a whole lot of other specialized institutions worldwide. So when we do experiments, we've really got the backing, and anything new we try, obviously we need to test for 2, 3, 4 years, depending on what the projects are. And we obviously need a university or some specialized institution to verify what we're doing technically, to get the technical papers out there. So it's not just a bunch of tree huggers trying to do something, it's technically proven. So, and then we can convince, say, municipalities that this is not a dangerous thing and there's no leakage into the rivers, that type of thing. But without having that relationship with universities, it's just talk. We've had a lot of discussions, and we work very closely with municipalities, and they definitely do care. It's just that the processes take so long. I mean, you take our sewage works in Franschhoek. The one that was designed now was probably designed 12 years ago. It takes a whole lot of time to get the funding, and then to get the tenders out to build it, and in that 10 or 12 years to get that process through, certain communities have bludgeoned. No, we've got a new one here, but if you take that time, it's already undercapacitated. So it's it's not that they don't care. In fact, there are some very good people working in the municipalities that are very caring, but it's the red tape and the whole processes they've got to go through to get things implemented in time. And you get a town like Franschhoek, it's designed for Franschhoek residents, for the size of the town, with probably a 20-year expansion plan behind it. And then we get festivals like Bastille Festival, bring in another 60,000 people and just can't cope, so it goes straight over the top into the rivers. So it's all this sort of planning that happens, and bludgeoning communities which were never planned for. Houses or properties that are supposed to have 4 people on have now got 20 on. So sewage is the biggest problem, there's no question. It works well.
And there's some ones coming into the reed bed here. Is that what?
No, not from
or
our
is it
houses,
to-
so those go through different systems, yeah, but not into this dam. Yeah, come here at night, you can hardly talk. That these farmers are making a living, it's their living, it's their business. And if a spray is legal, it should have been tested by the authorities. You know, our eyes were tested by universities, and I think where the fault lies, if it's damaging, it should be made illegal. So there's something wrong with the legislation, not necessarily the farmers themselves. So that's where the trouble should lie. But you've got very powerful companies like Monsanto and these things. I mean, they're always in court for something. So, yeah, this thatch is just coming. Came off that house thatch. That's from old straw, and it's mixed with cow manure. They run around all day. No, they choose where they want to lay. On our bed, even in the chair in the office, is one every day. And in the top of the bus, the other one's laying. So they lay where they want. There's a chair in the office where the dog's allowed to sit. And when the chicken wants to lay on the chair, it chases the dog off, lays the egg, and then the dog can come back.
And does the dog lie on the egg then?
No, if it gets there, he'll eat it before we get to it, so we've got to watch it.
Yesterday I released a document that was in relation to okay, there was a news article came out that the minister was basically trying to play down the costs of solar power. They said that the solar power plants were costing them between 50 and 62 billion over the course of his 20-year contract. And as a result it was too expensive, and therefore South Africa was using it to justify the need to move over to nuclear. And there's a whole lot of back-end politics that goes in with that. Anybody that's in the renewable energy industry knows that it's an absolute load of rubbish, because a solar plant, and in this case they're referring to a 100 megawatt solar plant, for us to build a 100 megawatt solar plant costs us roughly 2 billion rand, and therefore it makes no sense as to why you would enter into a contract for 60 billion when the actual cost of the plant is 2 billion, and it makes its power from the sun exactly the same way that these people are going to be doing it. So why wouldn't local municipalities, Eskom, etc., whoever, why wouldn't they just build their own plant and pay some people for maintenance, and that's it? And then it wouldn't cost them 60 billion rand, because ultimately renewable, what I proved inside that letter, is a far cheaper form of power. And then in addition to it, I brought into the environmental benefits in terms of the amount of charcoal that is used by coal fire, the amount of water that is used by coal fire, 1.32 litres of water per kilowatt hour of energy, 1.32 litres, ludicrous. 1 kilogram of coal burned for 1 kilowatt of energy, 1 kilowatt hour of energy. I mean, it's absolute madness. So then I went on to nuclear, and I just explained the whole process of uranium and the cost, the CO2 costs that are associated with it. And I summarized basically by offering to show them supporting documentation that proves how much a solar plant costs on a cost sale basis on that scale, which is 100 megawatts. And at the end of the day, we are being completely misled. This has become a political tossing ground. What they're really trying to do is they have an intention, a small group of people have an intention to try and go with a beneficial kind of contract system where other people are making astronomical amounts of money that is costing us, the taxpayer, and also the consumer of that power. We are having to pay for this, and for no reason. And they're misleading us as to why they're doing that, and that's what that document was about.
My name is Nobile Ngosi from the Northwest University Climatology Research Group and South African Climate Change Coalition.
What does that do, that climate change group?
Our climate research group, we go around in the community and then we find problems that are related to climate change, like air quality. I'm specifically concerned about air quality, and then we take measurement, and when we measure how much emissions emitted from domestic burning, so that we can know like how much content, and then we can try to present that in the form of a document, and then we report it to the government. So like we can tell them something is wrong. This amount of people are dying every year because of air pollution, so we need to do something about it.
Do you have any success with them doing anything about it?
Yes, there's been interventions in the low-income settlement in Kwadela, the township in Mpumalanga, whereby there's like thermal insulations and then changing of the stoves, and then teaching people about how to burn efficiently so that to reduce the emissions.
How to bake efficiently?
How to burn.
Burn efficiently?
Yes.
Do you feel that burning is still necessary?
People in low-income residential areas actually don't have much money to buy electricity. Even if they do have money, it runs out before the month ends, so they feel like coal is cheaper, and then so they burn coal instead of burning electricity.
But electricity at the moment is from coal anyway, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
But then the emissions now are occurring at a local level, but it affects them.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the problem.
Do you think it's important that the coal should affect anybody at all?
No. Actually, I think we should move from fossil or solid fuel burning and move to renewable or natural sources of energy like the sun. We need to move to hydropower and wind. So,
if you had some advice to give the government from the things that you've been seeing, what would you, if you were the number one person in the government and you could choose what you asked people to do, or what you got the country to do, what would you like to see if you had indefinite money?
Okay, I have two things. The first thing, I would actually like them to integrate education, like the curriculum education, with the environmental studies, so that they can actually, when the kids grow, they actually have a background of environmental issues and stuff, and then to inspire them and to spark that climate activist in them, so that they actually know when they do something there's an effect. Okay, secondly, I would actually like the government to actually do something about the emissions from low-income residential areas, because it's really bad. And yeah.
So typically, how much would you say of the people in townships are utilizing electricity?
There is access to electricity, but then with load shedding, and then the price of electricity going up every year, people actually can't afford it. According to Dr. Mluli, 80% of the population in low-income residential areas still use solid fuels, even with access to electricity, because they can't afford it. So the access doesn't change much. It changes, but it doesn't change much. So we actually need to remove the need to burn solid fuels.
That's a very good statement that you made there.
Yeah.
Can you just outline one more time, if you're, in order to stop the problem that your group are encountering now?
Yes.
It is a very serious problem. What sort of side effects, first of all, would you?
Oh my God, there's environmental side effects, and then there's health. That's like the center of the problem. Like children, especially children and elders, they're actually vulnerable to air pollution related disease, because the women are the ones that cook, so they're always in the kitchen, so they're exposed to these emissions. The children, they're always in the kitchen ready to get dinner, so they're always exposed. And then their physiology, they actually breathe in much faster than adults, so they're actually very much vulnerable to air pollution related diseases. According to, is it David? Yes, like 2,000 children die every year in South Africa due to air pollution related diseases, so it's bad. And then the environmental issues, we have ambient air quality is poor, and then you're gonna have fog, and then there's like environmental issues, it's really bad.
What kind of diseases are caused by air pollution?
We have asthma, and then you have cardiovascular related diseases, and then you have the respiratory related, and then sinuses, and then they increase like the effect of maybe cancer, and it just goes extreme. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else you'd like to say? If you're now talking to like potentially millions of people, what would you like to say to the rest of the world out there who are watching what everybody who can do something is doing on the ground? And what would you like to say to them that they can do to help you?
Okay, for me, like there's this quote that's like my daily quote by Dr. Martin Luther King that says that our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. So the day we become silent about things that matter. Yes, so when you see something wrong, don't keep quiet. Speak it out, like say something or do something about it. Get your voice heard, something like that. So because my worst fear is sitting in the future with no trees and then no ocean, no animals, and then my kids ask me, "Mommy, what did you do about this? You saw this was happening and what did you do?" And not being able to answer that question, it's just gonna, I don't know, I feel like I need to do something, not for myself and for my kids too and my grandchildren. So actually, that's why I'm here. I'm doing something.
How old are you now?
Actually, I'm turning 23 next week. Yes.
Do you think that you are responsible for all the things that are happening at this moment?
For climate change? Okay, partly yes. I am, because the things that we do daily, like turning the water tap while you're brushing your teeth, that has an effect. And then you burning emissions using low-grade coal, that's an effect. So everyone like does something. Everyone is guilty. You can't say I'm not guilty. Everyone is guilty. But what we can do is to just identify the things that you do daily and try to minimize your effect from the things that you do every day. So yes, everyone is guilty.
If someone came to you and said, if we change the systems of the world completely to something that is in harmony with nature, would you be welcome that, or would you be resistant to changing your way of life that you have now?
Wow, actually I would love that. I would love, because the more people we have changing their lifestyle, the better and the faster the restoration of what we have done. So I actually would love that. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Emmanuel Chisalu from Zambia. I work for Supreme Audit Institution, Office of the Auditor General, as a performance and environmental auditor. Basically, my responsibility involves auditing the value for money in terms of how Zambia is managing its natural resources. Sure.
Have you got anything that you've noticed there that's of concern about your natural resources in Zambia?
Most definitely. With the trees, the natural forests that we have. Every year Zambia loses close to 250,000 to 300,000 hectares of land through deforestation. And that has affected us negatively in terms of rainfall generation, in terms of holding soil intactly to avoid soil erosion, and that is mainly contributing to climate change. So it is of concern, and that's the reason why I've packed my bags to get into the forest and ensure that we conduct the forest inventory, ensure that there is monitoring systems operating effectively and efficiently, so that there is sustainable protection of the natural resources that we have.
Can you tell me what is the reason why you deforest the land? What is the land being deforested to do?
All right, it's through population increase. I'll give you an example. 10 years ago, Zambia's population was half the population that we have today, which is 16 million people. Right. So the population has somewhat doubled, and also unsustainable practices of agriculture. There's a system that we call in Zambia Chitemene system, which involves clearing the bush by cutting down trees. You burn them in order for you to make the soil fertile. And also we've got other aspect of whereas people now their disposable income has increased, and so they're establishing property. So land as well, in terms of land allocation, it has been a challenge. So people have decided to encroach into the forest so that they can start building and constructing their property within the natural forests.
Are they producing good crops from the land under the forest?
I would say yes, but the kind of crops that they're producing is just to sustain them at household level. Yeah.
Do you grow genetically modified grain in Zambia?
No, we don't. Yeah, it's natural maize that usually is being grown by the small-scale maize farmers, because the small-scale maize farmers are the large they dominate the farming industry in Zambia. So they produce about 90% of the harvest that we usually record every year.
Are you having a drought at the moment in Zambia?
No, though it was predicted that we would have a drought due to El Nino in the previous farming season. But what we recorded was a bumper harvest, and what we have in terms of food reserve, it will be able to sustain us for the next 2 years.
What do you put down the fact that Zambia has managed to avoid the drought when the rest of Africa seems to be experiencing it?
Well, what I would say, it's God's grace, because scientists, meteorologists had predicted that we'll have a severe drought. I was very happy that my president, the current president, His Excellency Edgar Chagwa Lungu, had called for a national day of prayer, whereas we prayed so that the will of God should prevail against what man is talking about, that we experience drought, there will be severe hunger, and so on and so forth. So definitely the prayers yielded a positive result, and instead of having drought, we had a bumper harvest. Yeah.
Can you tell me, do you use chemicals in your growing of maize, the way that you grow?
Yeah, at the moment, though, we're trying to move away, to shift from that paradigm of using chemicals, because now we understand that the use of chemicals on the soil, one, it disturbs, the biodiversity of small, living things under the soils. So what the agriculturalists are advocating for is use of natural fertilizers, manures. So there's what we call field day extension, where they go and teach small-scale farmers on how to use natural manures instead of using these chemical pesticides, in order for them to kill the weeds or kill the pests that are hovering around their crops.
Do you think this could have had some effect on your managing to go through the drought? Is that your system of agriculture is more suitable for a potential drought?
Yeah, definitely it is. Because there was one way, first of all, they predicted that we'll have this situation, so we were prepared to adapt. And so farmers were being advised to plant drought-resistant crops. So yeah, the drought-resistant crops survived at the midst of minimal rainfall, but later on the rainfall began to increase. So there was information which was given well in advance. Yeah.
What does your group do in in where you work? What do they do what are they making happen in Zambia?
All right, performance and environmental auditors, simply what they do is to go and assess the state of natural resources or how the environment is being managed. For instance, I was conducting the audit which I just concluded, sustainable forest management. I was assessing the tools, how the system is operating in order to protect the forest in a sustainable manner. So basically we offer checks and balances. If we find out that there's something wrong, we collect those findings, then write to the National Assembly, the policymakers, and tell them that we have experienced or we have noticed such kind of weaknesses within the system of environmental management. And so we give them recommendations on how they can implement the best practices to protect the environment. Yeah.
That's wonderful. And the other kind of natural resources that are not forest, is there people working on that as well too, like your water and your soil?
Yes, definitely. Like this year, we're hoping that we're going to conduct a water audit. We want to see what measures has the government put in place to harvest natural waters which are coming from the rains, so that whenever we're faced with any crisis in terms of a drought, would have more stored within our reserve tanks. Because I'll give you one practical example. Zambia has been affected massively by load shedding due to reduced rainfall. So it has affected our economy in several ways, such that small medium enterprises business, they are limping because they usually receive let's say electricity 8 hours a day, and sometimes off production hours. So you can imagine how someone who depends on feeding his family through welding, metal fabrication, or a salon, and throughout the day they don't have electricity, how are they going to generate that money? So now we want to conduct this audit and advise the government that in case of this eventuality which results into, let's say, maybe load shedding, what other alternatives can we have in place apart from investing into other renewable energy? Can we have more water storages so that when the crisis comes, we are safe? Yeah.
Are you considering going into solar energy?
Yes, we are. Actually, that's a big project and one of the campaign messages which our president had and which saw him assume power again. So we want to move just from dependence on hydro and move on other clean sources of energy such as solar and also geothermal. Yes.
That's good.
Sure.
If you had any advice, if you know, you're talking now to people all over the world.
Yeah.
Is there anything that they can do in their lives that will change things for Zambia?
Most definitely. My advice to the people around the world is, first things first. I know our desire to use the natural resources. I know our desire to work on the environment. But let us work on the environment without compromising the needs of the future generation. Alright. So what we need definitely is people to live the environment, to eat the environment, to love the environment. The environment should be part of their identity, such that I don't need to have a tag so that I can go and protect the environment. It's a responsibility of each and every person who's living in this world to protect the environment. If we don't, there'll come a day and a time when such kind of beautiful green scenery will no longer exist, because environmental problems are man-induced, and the same environmental problems have got solution from us. The same people are causing those problems. So let's take care of the environment. When you come to Zambia, don't cut a tree, plant a tree. Sure.
So my name is Megan Simons. I'm a master's student at the University of the Western Cape in the Biodiversity and Conservation Biology Project department. I also am an intern with the Agricultural Research Council. So just to give a little background on myself, my project, or my master's project, mainly focuses on the effects that unplanned wildfires has on the Nosterveld in the Kamiesberg Uplands. This is a communal area in the Northern Cape. And the study focuses on the effects that fire also has on Lithropappus and Nocirotis, which is an indigenous perennial to the Nosterveld. I think there's a lot of topics surrounding the Nosterveld in the Western Cape. If we look at the endemics, or if we look at the endangerment of the lowland Nosterveld, not as much is known about mountain Nosterveld, even though there's more patches of it in the Northern Cape and it's more pristine in Nosterveld. So for me, it would be, or I'm hoping from my master's project that I can formulate a fire regime for the Nosterveld in Namaqualand, and then from that we can also look at conserving the Nosterveld in the area. I'm also hoping from this to empower the community members to also extinguish fires. They don't have a fire department in the area, so if we can do some fire training with them as well, with kids as well, this would be really great for the area, and it would be really something that they could do as a community. One of the main causes of the fires would be a harvesting of wild honey in the area. So the kids, they use the Elythropappus, they stoke it, and then they burn, or they'll use the they'll use the fire and then they'll harvest the honey. They don't know how to extinguish the fires properly. So if we can also train them to harvest the honey sustainably, and I think it's a really good thing that they don't go out and buy honey, they actually harvest it from the veld, which is something good, and I think we should continue with that movement. But if we can also just do some training with the kids and tell them there are ways that we can do this, because they have a bit of background knowledge on the bees and the biodiversity in the area. But if I can go and focus mostly on kids, because that's where my passion lies, with empowering children about awareness on the environment, This is something which is usually lacking within our schooling system. So if I can go out and empower them about environmental education, I think this is one step closer to them living a sustainable environment.
Yeah, when they smoke the bees out, do the bees return to that hive?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It depends on how big the fire is.
It's quite serious if they don't.
It is a quite serious issue that they have in the area, and most of the school children have admitted that they are offenders of this, but like I mentioned, they don't know how to extinguish it properly.
Okay, one of the problems that we have is that the bees as pollinators is probably their most important function. And the honey is used to feed their young larvae. It has been suggested that it would be a good idea to actually not harvest honey in order to be able to have the bees rather develop and grow in number to become pollinators for the other food crops. What do you think would happen in your area if you were to say that to people?
I don't think they'll be too happy with that suggestion. But for most parts, they would listen. They would, if they know this is being a big threat to biodiversity or to the conservation of the bees, I can guarantee you harvesting honey would be something of the past then. They would stop immediately. There will be a few offenders, to put it that way, with kids continuously. Okay?
Are you making a latte?
No.
What are you doing?
You want a latte?
No, I don't want noise. So are you going to make a noise? If you do make it, we'll just wait, make it quick, and then I can finish after that. Sorry.
Just give you warm milk,
Okay, once this is through, then we'll just carry on. Just wanted to say, I'm going to ask you how much information have you got about the damage that's happening, how the bees are dying out. Do you just give me as much knowledge as you have about bees, what's happening in any part of the world, because not many people know very much. And I'd like to find out what you know. Okay.
About the bees, because my focus is mostly with the Renosterveld.
Can you just, one last vision for the world, what would you say?
I would say living more sustainably as human beings for us. It is to take this country forward, seeing yourself as going green, as I mentioned. It's a cliche, but it's something I want us to really work on. The University of the Western Cape's Cape Flats Nature Reserve got the award for the greenest campus. That is a small initiative, that's something small. If we can in the next 5 years say that the Western Cape is the greenest province in South Africa, and we take that for the next 10 to 15 years, South Africa becomes the greenest country, I can really vision this and see how awesome it would be, and something we can be proud of as a country if we can just educate ourselves, if we can educate our children, if we can tell them about how it is to live sustainably, source everything locally. If there's stuff that you don't need, don't buy it. With soaps, household products, go local, do everything local. We don't need all these commercialized products. I would feel do everything locally, source everything locally, reduce, reuse and recycle. Thank you.
My name is Tobile Kumalo. I'm from the Women's Leadership and Training Program. We work with girls and young women, girls, preteens, teenagers and young women. Preteens are aged from 8 to 12, and teens from 11 to 18, and young women from 18 to 35. What we do is we facilitate sessions on climate change and biodiversity and environmental awareness. We are also a women's organization, so we empower women. We have leadership training as well. How we evaluate our work is to see if women take leadership positions in terms of climate change, biodiversity, and environmental awareness. We also have a gardening project where we have about 120 gardeners with their home gardens. The aim of the gardens is also to spread awareness on environmental health and sustainable living. Our gardens are all organic gardens. We don't use any fertilizers or or pesticides to maintain them. So everything that we use to maintain the garden is all organic. We also have a citizen science group of girls and boys in terms of biodiversity, because we have a birding club. In that birding club, we also volunteer as citizen scientists to count the number of birds that they are in our place where we live. Yeah.
Where is the place where you live?
We are based in 3 certain different areas. It is Ehlogozi, near High Flats, Guamashu, which is a township, and then Sentokau, near the Drakensberg Mountains.
Are these all in South Africa?
Yes, these are all in South Africa, but in very different places of South Africa. Both are in very deep rural areas, and the other one is in a township. So it is.
Have you been to all 3 areas?
Yes, I have.
Can you describe what they look like for our viewers, please?
Okay. The rural areas, it's deep rural areas. It's houses, rondavels, and a number of houses, and your neighbor is really far away. I don't know what kind of description you're looking for.
Okay. Do you find that women at the moment are understanding that they must start to play a bigger role in society?
With the conscientization that we do, women really start to open up and see that it is their time to take responsibility. After all, we do call this planet the Mother Earth. So as Mother Earth, I think we, the women, should take a lot more responsibility at conserving this Mother of ours, Earth.
If you had to outline your vision for the world, what would you like to say that you would see? If you were really powerful and you could make something wonderful happen, how would you see that wonderful thing in terms of the environment?
We promote reducing the use of fossil fuel byproducts. So we are like no fossil fuel. I'm a living example of that. I would say, adapted to climate change or tried myself as a tool for mitigation. I am all natural. I do not need any hair relaxers, artificial hair. I don't use any products that are bio products of fossil fuel. And then we would like everybody else to do that. And we exercise the 7 R's. We have 7. It's reduce, reuse, recycle, repair, re-educate, restore, and refuse. Yes.
Love, refuse. Can you explain each one of them?
Okay. Reduce whatever consumptions you are using. What is not necessary, do not use that, because it'll impact in whatever. It'll impact on the global climate change cause and effect. Repair. You do not need to go and buy new things. You can always repair what you have to reduce your consumption levels. Re-educate. Tell everyone about these things so everyone could be able to practice them, and we could hopefully make an impact on the environment. Reuse. You reuse what you can. Reuse the food that you eat. Instead of throwing away that lemon that you cut in half and you don't want to use it anymore, just use it on yourself. Whatever you eat, you can put on your skin. Restore. Restore broken geysers to save water, because it's all linked. Restore taps. Restore your old clothes. Instead of chucking it down, just restore it so you can reduce your consumption level. Because if you have to use more, then production will have to be more. And we all know that in production of everything that you use, there is so much of a carbon footprint that is left by all of those things. what is that?
Refuse.
Refuse. Oh, yes, refuse I think is like the most important, because you have to refuse and be disciplined in whatever you do. Take notice of what you do. How does it affect you and in the environment?
If you were to imagine a world that is living in harmony with nature, what would you say, how would it be in one sentence or two?
Oh, a world living in harmony with nature. How would it be to describe it?
It's a difficult question.
Yeah, it is. I think it would be a world where people are a lot more enlightened to take notice that we need this environment a lot more than it needs us. We are like a disease, and for us to keep on living on this earth, we need to be aware and to do as much as we can to stop talking about environmental issues, but really get down to the work and make sure that we conserve biodiversity, that we have enough trees, at least a house has a home garden. So, yeah.
Anything you want to say?
I'd like to say that I think when people ask me, so you think you yourself can make a difference? I think, yes, I can. If every one of us play our individual roles into help rehabilitating the environment, we could all make a huge difference. We have home phases. Home phases happen in our area, where we come and have meetings at least twice a month. We talk about different issues. We talk about climate change. We talk about biodiversity. And the birding group, we have one outing every week. And we have workshops. We hold workshops, 3 workshops a year. We have workshops in January, in June, and in October. So these are 3-day workshops where there are no distractions. We are just here to talk.
Do you think in the areas that you're dealing with, are you seeing it going down?
Yeah.
Or are you seeing it improving?
With the awareness we've done on water so far in our community, because we don't work normally in the community, we work with girls. So in the community, I see people are much more aware. And if you spread that awareness, people start to take notice of what they are doing. So I think it is improving.
How are people affected at the moment by negative things that are going on in the environment? Have you seen that?
I've seen what my community has to go through, because they had no idea of the impacts that they would cause by dumping in our nearby stream. And now with all the water crisis that is happening in Durban, I feel like us picking up, because every stream leads to every river, and every river leads to Umgene River, which is a dam, which is where we get our water source. And not many people know that. So now they are much more aware, and we have stream pickups with the community and the girls. Doing that sparks something in them to not litter or spread awareness on littering in the streams and rivers.
I spent the last 3 or so years trying to understand what this vague, fuzzy notion of food security means. It's such an umbrella term, but what does this actually mean? And I decided to not look at it from the perspective of the farmer, because we hear about that all the time. What are farmers producing? What's happening with land reform? these kinds of things. I wanted to understand what was happening for 60% of South Africans who now live within the city, who are very far removed from the soil that gives us our spaghetti bolognese and our glass of Coke and our chicken sandwich or our Greek salad. I spent 18 months driving a desk, trawling through loads of literature from the scientific community. I spent 3 months on the road, driving around cities and visiting people around South Africa. And then I spent 9 months disappearing into that strange existential cave that you have to go into when you write. And what I produced was The Hungry Season, Feeding Southern Africa's Cities, which was launched recently. I discovered a number of things during this process, which obviously I can't go into all of it right now, but a couple of things became very evident. The first thing is that food security from the perspective of the city dweller, you and me, is not about whether or not there's enough food around. There's plenty of food around. It's about how you and I access that food, and it's about the choices we make when we do have that food. The other thing I discovered, which was quite alarming, is that the city does make us fat and sick. A lot of these statistics won't be that new to you. In South Africa, 55% of all adults are either overweight or obese. And there's absolutely no judgment in that. I spent most of my own adult life on the softer side of my ideal goal weight, so we all know what it's like to struggle with these kinds of things. But the truth is that we are getting fatter, and this is mirroring what's happening in the developed world, where we've seen skyrocketing obesity rates since the 1970s. And of course, with this comes sickness. In South Africa, the related diseases, such as diabetes, heart disease, certain cancers associated with being overweight, the cumulative effects of these chronic lifestyle-related illnesses are now becoming a greater risk to our health as a country than the traditional bad ones like HIV and TB, the communicable diseases. And interestingly enough, even in the developed world, and you'll probably see the same happening here, this kind of obesity rate is starting to reverse some of the life expectancy gains that have been made through modern medicine in the past century or so. So what precisely is going on? Well, there's a huge body of literature that looks at why we're getting fat and sick when we move to the city, but it's not a very empathetic literature. And what I try to do with the book is to find real stories of real people to explain our relationship with food and what that means from a sustainability perspective. So what happens? We move to the city and we abandon the peasant foods that we used to live off when we were in rural areas. And I know that it sounds like there's a value judgment there, and it's a very real one, because there are very profound, powerful cultural reasons why we want to abandon the food that we traditionally associate with our culture. We move to the city and we want to eat aspirational foods. We want to eat KFC and Wimpy burgers. We don't want to appear to be poor and rural anymore. The food that's available to us in the city is highly processed. We take in less fiber, less fresh fruit and veg. We increase our fat and salt and sugar intake. We eat more pasta. We eat these strange novel foods that we find in the supermarket shelves. And a lot of this is very cheap, very energy-dense food that is available just like that. We don't have to hunt down our food anymore. We don't have to run great miles to get our food. We don't have to burn any calories to get it. We just pop down to the 7-Eleven, exchange a bit of cash, and we're ripping into a bag of Doritos. So why are we eating these foods? Well, there's a wonderful little vox pop that came up in the National Planning Commission's Vision 2030 document, which was released recently. It's a story of a woman who explains how much time she spends every day traveling to and from work. She lives in Alex, and she travels through into central Joburg every day. The number of hours she spends commuting is vast. She ends up spending almost half of her wage on transport. At the end of the day, there isn't much money or time left to go shopping, to think about preparing food, to cook it up slowly, to sit down at the table, to eat it with your children. And this is typical of what the modern urban lifestyle is doing to us. More of us in the family are entering the workplace so that we can earn money. That means we're cutting the tether that we had with the kitchen and that slow social communal relationship that we had with both the family and the food. So we're now eating on the trot, we're foraging as we go through the city, and the food that is available to us, because this food has to have a long shelf life, because it's very far from the soil that produced it, it tends to be highly processed and low in nutrition. So the other thing is that this food is highly, highly addictive. We don't like to admit this, but it really is. And I think we're going to start to see fast food and sugary foods as treated, well, basically it's the next tobacco. Sugar in particular, I think, is the next tobacco. This is highly addictive food. And the other thing, of course, is that this vast sprawling city, and we heard our speakers earlier talking about how it pushes us off our feet and into motorized transport. It's much harder to move safely in a city like this. In fact, 3 weeks ago, I watched a young man die at an intersection at a very ordinary suburban street down in Claremont area. Turned out he was 22 years old and he was delivering pizzas, probably to fund a study of sorts. And he just connected at the wrong moment with a BMW. And half an hour before that, while I was drinking my coffee at Vida Cafe, there was a young man alive whose entire life was before him. Maybe the chance of having kids, learning Spanish, traveling into Namaqualand. His entire life lay ahead of him, and then just like that, his motorcycle connected with a car, and every memory of the 5-year-old that stubbed his toe or the 10-year-old that climbed a tree just started fading away as the paramedics worked his chest and tried to get oxygen to his brain, and they couldn't. Now, this is the city that we live in. It's not safe to move on 2 wheels. Obviously, he was motorized, but cyclists and runners, it's not safe to move around on the roads. We have to completely rethink the way our cities operate. And in poor communities, it's just not safe to step outside of the house in many respects. You hear so many stories of kids who get home from school at the end of the day. The parent, if a parent is home, will lock them basically inside their lounge, and that's where they'll stay for the rest of the day, because it's not safe to run out in the streets. And that's, particularly for young girls, for instance, has repercussions for their bone strength later in life. All these little things we don't think about. The obesity that is happening, though, in the city, is in the developing world city, is a peculiar one. It's unusual. It links to an invisible hunger problem, because we are poor in many respects, but we have access to highly energy-dense, nutrient-poor food that's very, very cheap. And it drives out the immediacy of hunger without necessarily giving us our long-term nutritional requirements. So we can bulk up on these foods and get fat, but at the same time, we are malnourished at a micronutrient level. And this is peculiar to the developing world, and is increasingly hitting the radar of organizations like the World Health Organization and UNICEF and so many of these organizations that are worried about how we have this double burden of disease now, particularly in poorer communities, because people now have the chronic lifestyle-related illnesses associated with being overweight, but then they are also malnourished at micronutrient level, which compromises the immune system and has all sorts of other implications. So there's an interesting discussion that goes on around this. In the old days, in fact, until fairly recently, this problem of gaining weight was seen as the problem of the individual. If you get too heavy, it's because you're fat and you're gluttonous. And here I'm using the language of the scientific literature. I'm not putting any value judgments in that at all. But now the scientists are saying we actually need to step back from this and take a new look at this problem. Yes, this doesn't mean that the individual must not take responsibility for their choices. And Ian's talk was wonderful in that it shows certain very primal drivers behind why we think and do and behave in the way that we do. Now the scientific community is saying we need to look at this modern urban life. This habitat that we roam in every day couldn't be further removed from the savannas where we once chased down ungulates in order to get meat. It couldn't be further removed. So now they're saying it's time to, well, this rising obesity rate, they're saying, is the normal response of normal people to an abnormal environment. They're saying that the modern urban cityscape makes it too easy to make the wrong health lifestyle choices and too hard to make the right ones. So how do we fix the problem? Well, hopefully that's what many of you will be thinking about, because we have to change the city space that we live in, how we move in it, how we relate to food in it, the kinds of food that's available to us in it. But there's something else that I want to focus on specifically today, and that is the idea that the fast food industry has had unfettered access to us as a market for too long. The fast food industry is only required to get safe food to us. It's not required to get healthy food to us. So I think that it's time to start applying the principle that comes from environmental law of the polluter pays. If you're mining a mine and you pollute a wetland, you are required to then cover the cost of mopping up the damage, cleaning the wetland. I think it's time to start looking at the industrial food processes and the fast food industry in particular as a polluter of the nutritional landscape, because they've been accessing our markets, feeding us addictive food, getting us sick, but then the state has to mop up the damage by paying for the medical costs of so many people who then require insulin for diabetes, various medications to deal with high cholesterol, etc., etc. So how about finding a way to get the polluter to pay to clean up some of the nutritional damage that is being caused to our country? And the other thing is to protect our children. Again, referring back to Ian's talk about the development of the brain, teenagers and children and young adults are particularly vulnerable, not only to the addictive nature of these foods, but to the marketing messages that are being sent out by the fast food industry. So youngsters are still very much driven by the limbic system in the brain. It's an impulse-driven brain. It wants immediacy, it wants satisfaction right now. It hasn't developed the strong frontal adult brain that only really matures at the age of about 25 onwards, where you develop executive function and you can think and you can plan long term, and you can deal with the immediacy of your drive to buy that junk food right now. So we need to think of ways of protecting our kids from this, what the scientific literature is saying is a very predatory nature of the fast food industry, both in terms of how it pushes food at us and the way it produces the foods. I really think that we will start to see health warnings on sugary products. I think one of the easiest ways to deal with the ill health and rising obesity rates is just to stop drinking calories, particularly sugar. We don't need to drink sugar, it's not good for us. Even fruit juice, it's much, much better to eat the fruit rather than to drink the fruit juice. And I think one day we will see health warnings on sugary drinks. And, some people are even saying, maybe it's time for the city to start thinking about restricting access of certain fast food outlets to our schools. Maybe there should be there should be a set distance between the nearest KFC and McDonald's and your local school. And certainly individuals need to think about lobbying to maybe not have some of these foods available to our kids, because the patterns that you learn in your adolescence are extremely difficult to break once you become an adult. So this isn't saying, though, that we have to abdicate responsibility. We still have to find ways to make smart choices around what we eat and why we eat it. But if we can understand the nature of the strange new habitat that we roam in, we might be slightly better equipped to deal with what is becoming one of the biggest healthcare problems in the country. Thank you.
And I'm going to come and share with you today a couple of numbers, three numbers I'm going to tell you, which I believe are very important, and I'm going to tell you what those numbers are now. I want you to write them down, I want you to burn them into your memory. Number 48, number 38, and number 63. Please write those numbers down, please remember those numbers, because that's the essence of my message today. But before I share this message with you, I want to tell you a little bit of something about being a change agent. I participated a while ago in an international publication, a book that has been put together by two of my Dutch colleagues. They were interested in the water sector, and particularly about policy entrepreneurs that they called. Individual, what we would call a change agent, that actually initiated change in the water sector. And they wanted to document these cases worldwide. And I participated in that particular event. Came out as a book. And what we learned from that is that change agents invariably do not survive the change that they initiate. That is an important message that I'm going to share today. So I, as a change agent, cannot survive the change that I've initiated. I can only do it with you. So therefore, I'm passing the baton on to you with those three numbers, 48, 38, and 63. What you have in front of you there is a mine dump. It's an area that I'm working in at the moment. With some of the rehabilitation of some of these highly devastated landscapes. This is the subject or the product of 120 years of mining. It happens to be upstream of a wetland. Within 100 meters of that water cannon is a wetland, one of the most affected wetlands in the country, and I'm hoping to rehabilitate that. It's an ambitious dream. I cannot do it alone, so I would like you to please join me on this process. Where do I point this thing in? Technology is not my strongest point. I'm a technophobe. Help me.
I think over here to the right.
Where? There. Aha. Okay, so where are we today? In my humble professional opinion, and it's only an opinion, we are actually on a transition from one economic paradigm to another. So how do we understand this? Technology is letting me down. If we think of value on a vertical axis and time on a horizontal axis, this is roughly what we've done in the past in converting our water and other natural resources to economic output. We've now reached a point where I believe we've got three fundamental constraints that we need to understand. The first fundamental constraint is human capital. And it's not only human capital in government, in the regulatory environment, because there's an acute constraint there, but it's other human capital at, for example, level of the board of directors, executive management of big corporations, who understand how to do things the way they've done it in the past, but don't understand what they need to do things in the future. So human capacity is a major constraint of ours. And the second constraint that we all know about in this country is energy. And I don't know if you know about this, but for every kilowatt hour of electricity that we produce in this country, we burn roughly 1 kilogram of coal, and we evaporate roughly 1.5, in fact 1.4 liters of water. Water is our energy constraint, not coal, and we need to understand that, because it's got profound implications. And of course, that brings us to the third constraint, which is water capacity. And that's where those three numbers come from, the number 48, 38, and 63. This is where we are now. We are floating around there, unable to create employment, lots of angry people out there. We all know what's happening in the country with the Marikana miners, etc., etc. And I would suggest to you that we have reached the finite limit of what we can grow our economy based on the whole thing. That is my thesis. That's what I suggest today. So let's call that thing in the past a demand-driven economy. And within a demand-driven economy, as a young executive starts transitioning into this new upward mobility that they're going to enjoy in their careers, they simply take the business case that they had in the past. They get told, you're a bright young person, go forth and multiply and go to open a new branch or a new factory or a new whatever. And they simply replicate what was done in the past. Very little new invention takes place. Large corporates do not tolerate or indeed encourage invention. It is a risky business. So I would suggest to you that the business as usual model has come to an end. And I know that we've got some sensitivity about just growing ourselves out of our current dilemma. I don't want to suggest that. But we at least have to create sustainable livelihoods for people. We have to at least give people the dignity back that they've lost. So I suggest we need something like that. And I'm going to call that thing a supply-constrained economy, which differs fundamentally from a demand-driven economy. We have to fundamentally rethink the way that we are actually engaging in our productive processes, how we convert a given unit of input into a given unit of output. And that is going to take an enormous amount of inventiveness, And I call that the business unusual model. And that's where we are now. We are currently at this transition point. And when you're at a transition point, the interesting thing is that, number one, there's no new leadership. No one can say, this is the way to go. Follow me, I know what I'm talking about, because no one really knows what I'm talking about. The second thing is people say, who's that guy who says let's go this way? He's a maverick, or he's a weirdo, or we can't trust him. Let's silence this person, we can't go there. But the important thing, the third thing, is that all assumptions on which your original model was built revert to zero. And we haven't figured that out yet. So there's an important aspect there. So I would suggest that's where we are now. And we don't really know where we want to go. So when I first got involved in the space, I tried to understand these complicated things in very simple ways that I can communicate to any ordinary person and help them to understand it. So this is the diagram that I've drawn, which I try to explain to the stockbroking community and the people that manage your investment portfolio. Try to explain to them that that's the national economy. That's supposed to be a gear, but that's the best I could get. And that's the national ecosystem. And the economy is embedded in the ecosystem. And there's a set of fundamental linkages. There's a source linkage. The economy derives its inputs from the ecosystem, whether it's mining stock or energy or water or whatever. And all of its waste goes back into the environment, into the ecosystem. So there's a sink linkage. So the source-sink linkage is a very, very important thing that we need to start understanding. But the important thing is that the core assumption underpinning the economy is one of continued growth. If we don't have continued growth, we have unhappy stockbrokers, we don't have job creation, we have a flight of capital, etc. So the core assumption could work while there was absorptive capacity of the ecosystem. We've lost that. And I would suggest to you that our national economy is a wholly owned subsidiary of our national ecosystem, of which the hydrology is a subsystem. We need to understand that that's where those three numbers come from. So we are now reaching fairly fundamental constraints. And the first fundamental constraint is that of radioactivity. I don't know if you knew this, but for every ton of gold that we pulled out of the ground in Gauteng, we pulled approximately 8 tons of uranium out of the ground. It's about an 8-to-1 ratio, sometimes, depending on the mine, sometimes a 10-to-1 ratio. And depending where the mine is, they either sold that uranium on after 1945 when we learned how to split the atom, or they didn't. So we have today 430,000 tons of uranium in various forms in our combined gold mine dumps out there. And we have an emerging radioactivity problem of note. This has been classified material up until now, and a lot of my change agent drive has been to declassify that information, because I believe in a democracy we shouldn't have that stuff hidden away. So that's an important constraint, and we mustn't panic about it. We just need to know about it, and we need to start managing it correctly, and we are. That first slide I showed you is actually an attempt to manage that correctly. Secondly, we have this biohazard coming in, quite a substantial problem, mostly from dysfunctional sewage works. The third thing is toxins, metals, return flows from our agroeconomy, etc. But let's never forget that we are embedded in a global hydrology that is fundamentally water constrained. And with no intent to insult any of the people in the audience, we have this problem of brand reputational risk. In the context of Coca-Cola, in their operations at Kerala, they sustained fundamental risk, fundamental damage. And it's interesting today that the T20 cricket is not sponsored by Coca-Cola, but by Pepsi-Cola, and it actually goes back to that brand damage that was caused. So that's where we are. So what are the three numbers? Three numbers, 48 billion. 48 times 10 to the power 9. You need to know that number. That's the total volume of all the water in all of our rivers in an annual average. And we know that averages move around, we know that they change. I happen to be a fan of Jacques Kallis. Jacques Kallis has an average of around about 63 batting average. I know, I've seen him go out for spectacular Royal Ducks, and I've seen him make a double ton. So an average is just that. It's a dodgy number roughly in the middle, okay? But that's our annual average, 48. And with global climate change, that number is more likely going to go down. So that's the first number we need to know about. We can't invent any more of it. The second number that we need to know about is 38. 38 is the combined storage capacity of all of our dams in our national economy. This is the hydraulic foundation of our national economy, 38. Approximately 1/3 of that volume is no longer fit for purpose because of eutrophication caused by dysfunctional sewage works. And I don't want to horrify you with the stories about hormones that are returning back into the system, particularly estrogen, because we are recycling this stuff without knowing it now. So our boka are one of these days going to become hockey players, in my view. We have to start understanding that. But this is the hydraulic foundation of our national economy, and of course, with the climate change thing that's happening, you're also getting a change in the intensity of storm events, so siltation is growing. And one of the things I happen to be is a professor at the University of Free State, so I know a bit about the Free State, and the one dam that supplies the water to Bloem Water was built in the 1970s with a full supply capacity of about 120 million cubic meters. Today it stands at 6. It's all silted up. We've lost our strategic storage capacity. So that number 38 is going down. So these are the fundamental constraints in which our economy is based. But now we listen to the future. In the future, based on the current technologies and based on our current conversion ratio of a given unit of water to a given job outcome, we need 63 billion cubic meters by the year 2030. That's what we need. We only have 48 in all the rivers, and immediately I can hear you say, oh, 48 is bigger than 38, so let's build more dams. No. If you take the Orange River Basin and the Limpopo River Basin, our constraint there is of 100 units of rainfall falling out of the sky, only 5 units end up in the river. 95, 94 actually go up in smoke, go up in evaporation. Only less than 1% goes into the ground as groundwater recharge. 5 units end up in the river. And if you take that 5 units in the Orange River and you call that 100% of stream flow, then we've built storage capacity in that system 270%. So in other words, we've got almost 3 times as much storage capacity as we have water in the river. And under conditions of climate change, we anticipate that the interior will become at least 4, maybe 6 degrees warmer, and therefore evaporative losses will increase. So we can't just build more dams. This is one of the challenges we have for the future. And this is an interesting thing. I go there fairly regularly. This is in Perth, Western Australia. The Aussies seem to do things differently there. What they're doing here is they're recovering sewage return flow. They've got 120 megalitres a day of sewage water that they pump out into the ocean, and that sewage water has been stripped of its solid components and all the other chemical nasties, and they are injecting that into the groundwater, into the Binyap aquifer, where they're banking it for 50 years. So 50 years from now, they're going to pull that water out the ground. That's clever stuff. It's called groundwater recharge, aquifer storage and management. That's what we have to start thinking about in this country. So, I see I'm running into some time constraints now, so let me just quickly start talking about this. Water is a flux, it moves in time and space. It moves through at least 4 systems. The ecological system, that's where the 48 billion cubic meters comes from. It goes into our rivers, that's where the 38 comes from. But our economy is located on the right-hand side. That's the municipal potable drinking water system, and that's your wastewater return flows. So the important thing is that, in my professional opinion, we've got the shortfall of 25 billion cubic meters by 2030. How are we going to get that? Are we going to build a pipeline up into the Zambezi? Are we going to build a pipeline into the Congo? Are we going to desalinate seawater and pump it up from the oceans? What are we going to do about it? These are all hard engineering solutions. Or, if you multiply 38 by 1.7, you get approximately 63. So in other words, if we can recycle our total national water resource approximately 1.6 times by the year 2030, we can live in abundance, we can live within the confines of nature, we can be happy, healthy, and safe. So that's the message today. We need to manage water as a flux, not as a stock. A flux moves in time and space, and this morning when you clean your teeth, the water you use went through a dinosaur's kidney 63 million years ago. I normally get a ripple of laughter at that point in time, so you're particularly sort of sedate audience there. But nonetheless, that's what we have to do. We have to treat it with respect. So I would suggest to you that if you're in the venture capital business, or you want to set up new things, this business of water as a flux is a hot topic, hot emerging topic. You want to get involved in that thing. So, start wrapping up. The key message is we need to start changing our behavior from being a consumer of water that discards it as waste to becoming a custodian of water that borrows it from the system and returns it back for reuse thereafter. And I think there are 10 values, 10 core values we have to start inculcating. I'll share those with you now. First thing is respect. We believe we are masters and owners of nature. René Descartes told us that. The Judeo-Christian Bible tells us that. So we believe we are masters and owners of nature. So let's accept we are, but let's at least respect. The second thing is reduce. How do we reduce the volume that we need? For example, how do we improve our efficiencies? How do we reuse it? Water as a flux, and every one of you people can in fact start looking at this recycling at home. If you can recycle your own water in your own space at least 1.6 times by the year 2030, you're making your contribution. How do we recycle? Water of different quality at different cost for different purposes. You heard Helen Ziller this morning talk about the stupidity of flushing toilet water with potable grade water. So in the future, we're going to see what I call a dual stream reticulation economy, where water of different quality is used for different purposes. We're going to renew it. Nature, that wetland I was telling you about, nature is our friend, not our foe. We have to work within those constraints. When I grew up in the Okavango Delta, that's what I learned, and I'm part of nature. How do we regenerate them? How do we reinvigorate these things? And of course, more importantly, how do we restore things? And aquatic ecosystems provide useful goods and services. The previous speaker mentioned just that. Okay, so with that, I would like to hand the baton over to you. There are 3 numbers. Please remember them: 48, 38, 63. You burn those into your hearts. Start figuring out how to do something clever with that. I cannot carry on any further. Albert Einstein told us that the level of ingenuity needed to solve a problem exceeds the level of ingenuity that created the problem in the first place. So by definition, only we can do it collectively. But thank you very much. And I just might add that that is a little project I've been busy with the last 10 years. I've been restoring frogs back into the wetland system of this radioactive landscape in which I live. And it's taken me 10 years to get a productive pair to do what it is that nature said they must do. Not been very easy, but nonetheless, it's very difficult to restore some things that are damaged. Thank you very much. Please remember those 3 numbers. Thanks.
Welcome. Gosh, what an honour to be here today, to be speaking after Alderman Walker and Premier of the Western Cape. My goodness, she certainly calls a spade a spade. Value that kind of practical thinking. Right. I think you will agree with me that largely I'm speaking to the converted. And our task, I think, is to be able to find ways of getting the message across to those who probably most need to hear what we are trying to speak about, what we are trying to instill regarding the need to change our particular attitudes to not only to the way that we deal with the environment, but most importantly, because it's such a big part of my presentation today, as to how we actually look at ourselves. The wind one day and day called to my soul with the odor of jasmine. In exchange for the odor of your jasmine, I would like the odor of your roses. I have no roses. All the flowers in my garden are dead. Well then, I will take the withered leaves and the yellow petals and the waters from your fountain. And the wind left, and my soul wept and said, "What have you done with the garden that was entrusted to you?" And the wind left, my soul wept and said, "What have you done with the garden that was entrusted to you?" Antonio Machado, the author of that poem, is speaking to you, you know her. He's speaking to every one of us. Now, this picture here was taken by James Lovell. He was one of the astronauts in the holding vehicle as 2 of his colleagues explored the moon. It was taken back in the 1970s. And he was under strict instructions that he would be taking photographs of the moon, pictures, movies of the moon. Nothing else. He had to concentrate on that. And while he was doing this, something kept catching his eye, and he looked up, and he saw this. And there's an old story which says it's better to ask forgiveness than it is to ask permission. But he took his camera and took a picture of the Earth's rise. And then he did something profound. He put out his thumb, and he said to himself, "You know, behind my thumb is all the known life in the known universe. Behind my thumb. What on earth is going on down there?" Right, do I press this to that or to that? There you go. So the big question is, who in fact looks at who in this particular equation? Who is this human animal? How do we relate to fellow creatures? And by the way, it's in this light that I would like to say that the word Ubuntu, this beautiful mantra that we have in our country, because of you, I exist, can no longer be confined just to the human species. We have to be able to look at everything around us, from the trees, to the skies, to the landscapes, and to be able to say with absolute passion, because of you, I exist. And so, we start looking at the similarities between human beings and between what we often refer to as aspects of nature. And what I would like to be able to show you, so these are not just aspects of nature, these are great conditions for our existence. The existence, for example, of trees. Well, we all know, of course, that trees and plants are responsible for photosynthesis, but let me tell you a few more things about trees. Trees and plants have the 5 senses, exactly the way that we have our 5 senses. What is important here is to remember, of course, that trees don't have noses, they don't have ears, they don't have eyes, and neither do they have tongues to taste. But the chemicals, the chemical reactions which take place in the human body are identical to the ones which take place in plants. So, for example, we know that trees can see, plants can see. They can tell a red light, they can tell the difference between close red and distant red. And the way they do this, of course, is they pick up through photoreceptors in the leaves and in the greenery to be able to tell when it's time to literally switch off, when it's time to photosynthesize. We know, for example, that trees can smell. All you have to do is just do a survey of trees where one particular tree of a similar species has been invaded by caterpillars. What will happen then is the tannins will rise in that tree, and before long, the wind will take the pheromones of the tannins to the next tree, which will then produce excess tannins, which make those leaves unpalatable to caterpillars. And the same will happen with browsers such as kudu and giraffe. So we know that they can smell. We know that they can taste. And the way we do that is because the root systems taste the seasons. They literally pick up when there's going to be sufficient or insufficient water and send signals through the roots to other trees of a similar species. We know they can hear through exquisite chemical changes which occur when a bumblebee flies past flowering plants. What is this about? This is about, for me, a very, very sobering realization, probably one of the most important of the scientific discoveries that I know in recent years, is the fact that every human being, every living thing on this earth is bound by a common language of DNA. Do you know that every mammal, every single mammal from mice and polecats to porcupines, all the way through to leopards, lions and gorillas and chimpanzees has more than 90% of the human genome. More than 90%. And we can build a sigh of relief and say, well, thank heavens, we're related to the mammals, but hang on. There are birds, which clock in at about 88% of the human genome. Crocodiles at about 86%. Flies at about 43%. Right? Fungi, a little bit of athlete's foot that you sometimes see between your toes. 22% of the human genome. All the way down to plants, where plants have about 10 to 15% of the human genome. So we are bound by a common language of DNA, and as I say, it means that Ubuntu is a case of also saying that because of you I exist. There's that deep, deep biological relationship between us and all these living forms. But as we look around ourselves, and I want you to be able to do this, just practice this. You look at a number of trees over here. Well, but what am I trying to say? What I'm saying is this, that in the naming of the trees, if you understand the trees, for example, you will immediately discover that you are living in a field of information. And that information here is very much the information as to how far you are from water. Every one of those trees that I've mentioned has a particular distance away from water. So if you were blind, for example, and somebody had to say to you, there's a Crotalmegalobacterus, a fever berry, right over there, you could still look back, I'm very, very close to water. If I said to you, there's Phragmites australis, this grass growing here, it grows in the water. So you're in the water. And this is what it means to be living in a field of information, seeing how we relate to all of these. This is part of the blind spots. We tend to look at nature as aspects of our lives. We have to be able to make that shift of looking at nature as this is a condition for my life and particularly, speaking with a psychiatric cap, for my psychological well-being. And so, we start looking at trees a little differently. But what else does it tell us? It tells us there are certain birds that enjoy certain trees. So, for example, a red-eyed bulbul versus a black-eyed bulbul. The black-eyed bulbul, you're very close to water again. Red-eyed bulbul, you're getting much, much further towards the sandy areas. And so we look at the external environment just a little differently, but on the basis that we are living in this field of information. And so we ask the question in terms of the blind spot. What is this blind spot? What is this resistance that makes us see human beings as special as we sometimes like to think we are? There is no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen, that we are the apex predator. There's no getting away from that. But we're not the apex of creation. We are not what we call in wilderness terms a keystone species. Basically, a keystone species is a species that if we do without that particular species, everything else collapses. And that's rather a sobering thought. Get rid of human beings and the world will get on very well without us. So the blind spot that we want to address here is this amazing inability, this amazing resistance to see ourselves as being utterly interdependent on everything that is around us. And therefore, what is it that takes us on this shift from the plant, insect, animal world into this particular species here? Well, I would like to have a look at human behavior in this light, and maybe to have a look at the brain of this particular individual over here. This is my brain. I mean, anybody in the world who doesn't like spaghetti, but it is something like that. But looking at the difference between human beings and all other living species, and particularly just for the morning session here, is to see this in terms of mammals. The one thing which sets us apart neuroanatomically is this incredible brain. The size of this brain, the wiring of this particular brain, and what it is that allows us to be a human animal. Well, the brain is roughly divided up into 3 different areas. It's divided up into a basic brainstem area over here. It's divided up into a middle area over here, which is where a lot of the what we call the diencephalic emotion centers are housed. And then this astonishing area over here, what we call the cortex, and particularly the frontal cortex, which is large in our particular species. And it's the frontal cortex that accounts for human personality. It is the frontal cortex that allows for human beings to reflect. It is the frontal cortex which allows us to talk about yesterday, today, and tomorrow in that kind of sequence. It's a very, very powerful gift. Now, the model which I want you to have a look at, because it is sobering, is the model which was introduced by a fellow called Paul McLean in the late 1970s, early 80s. And I can promise you, when this was announced, it did not come with red carpet treatment. And I want you just to think about this, because this is a model. If we acknowledge that we are biologically bound to all living things, then we have to consider a massive ancestry of life on Earth where we are a form and an expression, a reflection of life which has gone before us. If you do an analysis of the brain of a crocodile, for example, the crocodile has everything that the human brainstem has. Yes, it has an emotional system as well, but it's much less than humans. Yes, it has a cortex, but it's a very, very thin layer of cortex. So, looking at this particular creature over here, we will see, and we need to see in ourselves, that we are a triune species. We are biological, we are social, and we are psychological. We have the remnants of the reptilian brain in us. We have very, very much the remnants of ancient mammalian activities and expressions, and we also have the modern neocortex. So we are a species that is biological, social, and psychological. The reptilian brain, brainstem, has what I would call it is a substrate for an intelligence which is reactive. Very, very important here, and we actually need this. The crocodile is not interested in democracy. You don't have to go too far to look at some of the some of the outstanding individuals in South African politics, let alone world politics, to understand what we're speaking about now in terms of an orientation. And this is the point I really want to make here. This is not going to go away. Every one of us is subject to the same pull of territoriality because crocodiles are fiercely territorial. You know, we have our territory. And we're given half an opportunity, but we would like as much as possible and we want it. No, thank you very much indeed, okay? And sometimes, you know, we don't take kindly to criticisms which come our way. That is all ancient and it's necessary. Why? Because it's ultimately about self-preservation. It is ultimately about the fact that you and I have to be kind. Because every single living thing is fighting a fierce battle. That battle is called survival. So, we're not just a reptilian creature. We now have ancient mammalian influences in our whole systems. And we go up the scale just a little to the ancient, but critically, kinship recognition. That we know our kind. It is the beginnings of in-groups and out-groups, which is critical for social survival. And the point of it all here is that these in-groups, while they are critical, have a very, very dark side to it. And the dark side of the in-group, out-group, is when the out-group becomes an enemy. And what I would like to show, simply because it's part of a changing mindset that is absolutely necessary, is that we have to understand that ethnicity, compounded by languages, belief systems, rituals, and all of that, xenophobia, even a little word about that, will never ever go away. It's going to need a very conscious individual in a position to be able to say, no, I do not go down that road anymore. And as I say, this is the dark side of something which is hugely positive. Here, for example, we have an in-group. There's no getting away from it. People who arrived here for this conference with similar ideas, similar visions. We might have different ways of saying it, but we recognize each other by the way that we agree. We recognize each other by the way that we speak, the contents of what we're speaking about. This is the importance of the palomammalian brain, is that kinship recognition, social survival, and believe it or not, the beginnings of fair play. The beginnings of fair play. What is fair? What feels good and what isn't so good? And I think you'll agree with me today that we don't have to be too clever to realize that in this country, rather ominously I'm afraid at the moment, is that a lot of the strikes which we're seeing at the moment, this is not about wages. This is about a deep sense of something that is very, very unfair. And we know that, and because of it, you can't measure where this is actually going to go. So this is intrinsic to the human system, and then eventually you get to the neocortex here. And the neocortex, as I said, this is the part of the human brain that gives us our personality characteristics. It allows us to sequence. But most importantly, and this is what is crucial, is that the neocortex is that part of the human system, the human brain, that allows us to say no. So if I were to ask you, please, what do you think the definition is of free will? What do you think the true definition is of freedom of speech? You would probably come up with a number of answers which are plausible, but I would like to suggest that the most important quality, the most important ability, and the most important acceptability is the freedom to say no. And as we say no, there's a paradox here. As we say no, we're also saying yes to something else. So as agents of change, as we look at the whole construct, the whole theme of this particular conference, agents of change, change agents. What many of us are really doing here is we've come here to say no. Come here to say no to lifestyles that we know have to change. And what we're going to discover, very, very rudely, that we are all, even us sitting in this room here, by the way, are resistant to that kind of change. Why? Because we're addicted to our own lifestyles. That we'll discuss on Friday, but it is another critical blind spot. And so, be thankful for the crocodile in you. This creature here has survived over 200 million years. It can grow teeth up to 40 different sets in its lifetime. It can go underwater for 45 minutes. That particular crocodile can go without food for 2 years. They handle asteroids, they handle all kinds of climate change. They're not going to worry too much about it. The crocodile is alive and well in us. It is the crocodile that's responsible for what I call the reactive intelligence, that ability to get yourself out of trouble very, very quickly. You and me, you know. It introduced delayed gratification. I will stand back a little while, and only later, do I need my particular turn. And then, finally, we have the neocortex. The neocortex, as I say, gives us not only the ability to say no, it gives us the ability to understand that the individuality that every single one of us in this room seek is impossible outside of relationships. Okay? This picture here, taken in 1989, to me is a colossal picture. You might call that individual there, or tank man, as he's sometimes referred to, as crazy. What did he do? This, believe it or not, was in the Avenue of Peace, just outside Tiananmen Square. He broke ranks, he was a student, and he went and he brought a rolling halt 4 great big tanks. Heaven only knows whatever happened to this particular man. But this picture demonstrates to me something absolutely critical. This is a picture of a metaphor of the human neocortex. That ability of an individual to say no. To go and stand in front of tanks, to be able to say to a system, I haven't come to destroy the system, to actually ask it to stop. But there's something which is far, far more critical, even in that external action. That individual standing there is a representation of the neocortex and its fragility. That every single day of our lives, we are in this particular position. So what am I saying? I'm saying it every day in our lives. You and I have to stand in front of the very, very powerful ancient mammalian and reptilian drives in every single one of us as individuals. That I want it all, and I want it now, and I want as much as possible. But I don't like being criticized, you know. I like to have things my own way, which is very, very democratic. That I am part of an in-group, and therefore the out-group of this and that and the other. Have a look. What degree can we stand in front of our own ancestry and say, no? And remember, by saying no to these powerful drives, we're also saying yes to what's immensely positive about these particular drives. And once we can do that, once we can really say, wait a minute, I have a very, very powerful ancestry. We are incredibly privileged to be what I like to refer to as the human animal. Only then can we really then begin to see the value of relationships. And so, as I bring this presentation to a close, we now turn around to see how we make this practical. Maybe never again, in terms of an understanding of your individuality being impossible outside relationships, may you never again talk about an elephant, unless you can also speak just a little about the food and the grasses that it eats. But you may never again be able to talk about a single animal without its relationship to other animals. May we always be aware of the immensity of the human shadow on our environment and of the immense responsibilities we have of being a voice for the other creatures which do not have a voice. That there is a critical distance between human beings and wild animals, and that it is possible to coexist with other species, and that we live in a web of life. I will end with this poem by Carl Sandburg. And Carl Sandburg wrote this poem in 1918. He wrote it a long, long time before the unraveling of the human genome, and as I said, this amazing discovery of how we are bound through the biological language of DNA to every single living thing. This is what he said. There's a wolf in me, fangs pointed for tearing gashes, and a red tongue for the hot lapping of blood. The wilderness gave it to me, and the wilderness will not let it go. There's a hog in me, a machinery for eating and drinking, a machinery for sleeping, satisfied, snorting in the sun. There is a fox in me, I know. I sniff, and I guess, and I double-cross. The wilderness told me so. There's the fish in me, I know. I come from soft blue water gates. I swam with shoals of herrings. I blew water spouts with whales and porpoises long before land, long before Noah, long before that first chapter in Genesis. And the wilderness told me so. There's a baboon in me, hairy under the armpits, ready to sing and to give milk. Just waiting. There's an owl and an eagle and a mockingbird. Ah, says Sternberg, I've got a menagerie beneath my ribs and under my bony skull and in my red valve heart. And I've got something else. It is a man-child heart, a woman-child heart, a father and a brother and a lover. Comes from God knows where, goes to God knows where, but I am the keeper of the zoo. I sing and I kill and I work. I say yes and no. I am a pearl of the world, and I come from the wilderness. Thank you.
I'm a daughter, I'm a sister, and I'm a mother. I'm a human, which comes from humane, referring to our more noble or benevolent aspects, which I fear many of us have forgotten. I live with all of you on this wondrous planet, our home, our only home, where everything is connected, interconnected. And all was balanced so perfectly to allow us to evolve in this intricate web of life, this dance of diversity. Yet in my short life, and okay, I'm not so young, but relative to the 14 billion years of evolution, if that was the Big Bang, then a cell on this fingernail is where we are now. Relative to that, my life is pretty short. But in my lifetime, the population has more than doubled, and I have journeyed through over 30 countries and seen with my own eyes how we have destroyed landscapes, how we've poisoned our rivers, polluted our deepest seas, chopped down our oldest forests, and contaminated the very air that we breathe. Our only home is sick, and worse, many of our 7 billion and fast-growing family are suffering. We have fiddled with the knobs of the Holocene, that 10,000-year period of climate stability that birthed civilization. We have diverted nearly a third of Earth's available fresh water to planting monocultures, and we graze nearly half the surface. We are conducting a dangerous experiment, kind of like the evil archetypes we see in superhero films. And now we live in the Anthropocene, the present geological era, from the time of the Industrial Revolution until today, during which humanity has begun to have a significant impact on the environment. This is a geological age of mankind's making. And how's that working out for us? Well, the more carbon pollution we put into the atmosphere, the more we change our climate and risk our extreme weather events. From the 1880s, when we started measuring temperature, we can certainly see that temperatures are rising. 9 of the 10 warmest years ever have occurred since 2000, with 2010 being so far the hottest ever recorded, although 2012 may well exceed that. This is causing floods to increase. Here the water went up to the 4th story of this high-rise. And last year in Australia, an area larger than the size of France and Germany combined flooded in Australia, but this year they had an echo of those massive floods. This is India just a few months ago. And droughts. Droughts are devastating. Right now in the Horn of Africa, more than 18 million people are at risk of food shortages due to extended and repeated droughts. And China has been experiencing severe droughts over the last few years. This used to be their largest lake. And where there's drought, there's very often fire. Fires that are spreading wildly, burning longer, and much hotter. You may remember the extreme drought and heat in Russia in 2010 that set the stage for terrible fires that burned across most of Central Europe, Asia, and 58,000 people died of carbon monoxide poisoning and smoke. The Russians then took their grain off the market, which caused 4 months later a food price spike. And now food prices are peaking once again, reaching a record high in August, possibly and partly because of the severe drought and the extended fires in the United States. And in just the first half of this year, hundreds of millions of people around the world were affected by exceptional drought. This is the reality. We cannot pretend that this is not happening. And storms are getting more destructive, from China to Texas. Species are dying. Economies are collapsing. We have oil spills and pollution in our air and water. Our current energy policies don't take costs to the environment into account. You can't just dump sewage into the street. So why do we act like carbon pollution is different? We're just treating the atmosphere like an open sewer. And our thirst for oil and dependence on fossil fuels is fueling conflict. We are devolving into depraved behavior. And so, especially as a mother, but as a deeply concerned citizen of Earth, I know we have to change. The world as we know it is at an end. Don't wait for the 21st of December 2012. It is upon us. It's time to accept the mantle of responsibility that comes with the coming of age. We need to take responsibility for our every thought, our every word, and our every action. Well, in my personal journey, I accepted this when, after fleeing apartheid, I returned to South Africa in 1990 when our country was going through a rebirth to start Food and Trees for Africa. I realized then that one can make a change. The social enterprise has now grown from me and my garage to 60 people working towards healthy people on a healthier planet. And I've been absolutely amazed at what we can achieve. So I started with trees. Culture food gardens, which we introduced into the country for poor people. Hectares of bamboo and other biomass planted, and now organic farms springing up in our new program, Feed Africa, Farmer Eco Enterprise Development. We launched the very first South African carbon calculator online in 2006 when Al Gore made it popular to think about climate change, although that's how we started in 1990. We also launched a Mobi calculator, the Carbon Protocol, and the Climate Hero Awards. The Climate Hero Awards are now entering their 4th year, and these recognize, reward, and motivate individuals, communities, schools, companies, and cities that are climate change agents. We're now launching the 2012, 2013, 2014, in fact I'm launching it right here and now, but change does need funding. So if any of you out there want to be the one to help us make this change, please see me later. Most importantly though, we have planted millions of seeds in minds and hearts that are sprouting consciousness around what we are doing, what we need to do, and how we can save ourselves from, as my good friend Kumi Naidoo, one of my heroes and the first African head of Greenpeace, says, we are sleepwalking into a disaster of unmitigated proportion, where our children and theirs will pay the price of our greed, our ignorance, and our inability to change. Yet people around the world are realizing this. If William Kamkwamba, a 14-year-old Malawian, can build a working wind turbine, first to power his own house and then eventually his whole village, then surely the rest of us can find some solutions. For those of you interested, there's a fabulous book on this young man called The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind, and he's now an MIT student. We've been far too pessimistic about renewable energy, and projections have now been far exceeded. Wind is blowing energy all over the world. When India first announced this ambitious plan, there was a lot of skepticism, but now it looks like they too will blow way past their own goals. China leading the way in the manufacture and installation of wind turbines. Nearly three-quarters of all of their clean energy investments are now wind. And in the United States, wind power has been the largest source of renewable electricity over each of the last several years. But there's also an incredible future for solar. The market is now growing at about 7 times the predicted pace. Did you know that every single hour, enough solar energy hits the Earth to meet the world's energy demands for a year? And here in South Africa, we have all of this available to us. In North Africa, this ambitious supergrid hopes to take solar energy not just down to sub-Saharan Africa, but into Europe as well. The Vatican's made a commitment to be the first carbon neutral city and country, actually, on the planet. And they have 2 really important things going for them. They're a small country, and they have God on their side. The story of solutions includes the smart grid, which makes electricity distribution far more efficient, and super high-speed trains in many parts of the world are helping. Geothermal power plants, amazing. They harness the heat of the earth to provide clean energy. And here, Iceland's leading the way. And then we can't forget carbon sinks in land and oceans. Nearly 60% of carbon pollution emitted by humans over the last 50 years has been sunk that way. But farmers can increase carbon sequestration. It's a new exciting thing we're looking into is soil carbon. By minimizing soil disturbance and by more sustainable agriculture and farming practices. We also must remember to eat less meat. A very inefficient use of resources. And then back to what I love, if I can get there, the trees. China is taking important and ambitious steps. In China, every single person has to plant 3 trees every single year. And in India, massive school programs as we do here. We are all in this together. And what is really important are the choices that we make. I urge all of you to be the one to make the difference, to cultivate your compassion, and as Gandhi said, be the change that you want to see. Because this here is the only earth that we will ever have, the only earth that we will ever love, or touch, or tend, for our children and for theirs. The time for action is right now. So folks, whilst most of our governments are MIA and corporate greed continues to rape and pillage planet's resources, and many slumber on unconsciously, can we here at Sustain Our Africa agree? We are the change agents, and together we can make the necessary changes to avoid more suffering so that we can have enough for all forever. And I just want to end with something. This month, I spent a week with 180 children from 60 schools across South Africa, 60 schools that are the top permaculture and greening schools in the country, through a program that I founded in 1994 called EduPlant. This was the 19th EduPlant. It was a program founded to improve the lives of children, but also the health of communities and environments. And just like Suzuki, the young girl who addressed the United Nations at the first Earth Summit, pleaded with the world, if you don't know how to fix it, please don't break it. These children are pleading with us now.
Go and tell your neighbor. Go and tell your mother. Go and tell your brother. Go and tell your father. The heavens are rising.
Culture food gardens, which we introduced into the country for poor people. Hectares of bamboo and other biomass planted, and now organic farms springing up in our new program, Feed Africa, Farmer Eco-Enterprise Development. We launched the very first South African carbon calculator online in 2006 when Al Gore made it popular to think about climate change, although that's how we started in 1990. We also launched a Moby calculator, the Carbon Protocol, and the Climate Hero Awards. The Climate Hero Awards are now entering their 4th year, and there, yes. And these recognize, reward, and motivate individuals, communities, schools, companies, and cities that are climate change agents. We're now launching the 2012, 2013, 2014. In fact, I'm launching it right here and now. But change does need funding. So if any of you out there want to be the one to help us make this change, please see me later. Most importantly, though, we have planted millions of seeds in minds and hearts that are sprouting consciousness around what we are doing, what we need to do, and how we can save ourselves from, as my good friend Kumi Naidoo, one of my heroes and the first African head of Greenpeace, says, we are sleepwalking into a disaster of unmitigated proportion, where our children and theirs will pay the price of our greed, our ignorance, and our inability to change. Yet people around the world are realizing this. If William Kamkwamba, a 14-year-old Malawian, can build a working wind turbine, first to power his own house and then eventually his whole village, then surely the rest of us can find some solutions. For those of you interested, there's a fabulous book on this young man called The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind. He's now an MIT student. We've been far too pessimistic about renewable energy, and projections have now been far exceeded. Wind is flowing energy all over the world. When India first announced this ambitious plan, there was a lot of skepticism, but now it looks like they too will blow way past their own goals. China leading the way in the manufacture and installation of wind turbines. Nearly 3/4 of all of their clean energy investments are now wind. And in the United States, wind power has been the largest source of renewable electricity over each of the last several years. But there's also an incredible future for solar. The market is now growing at about 7 times the predicted pace. Did you know that every single hour, enough solar energy hits the Earth to meet the world's energy demands for a year? And here in South Africa, we have all of this available to us. Sorry guys. And in North Africa, this ambitious supergrid hopes to take solar energy not just down to sub-Saharan Africa, but into Europe as well. The Vatican's made a commitment to be the first carbon neutral city in the country, actually, on the planet. And they have 2 really important things going for them. They're a small country, and they have God on their side.
And money.
Yeah, money.
The story of solutions includes the smart grid, which makes electricity distribution far more efficient, and super high-speed trains in many parts of the world are helping. Geothermal power plants, amazing. They harness the heat of the earth to provide clean energy. And here, Iceland's leading the way. And then we can't forget carbon sinks in land and oceans. Nearly 60% of carbon pollution emitted by humans over the last 50 years has been sunk that way. But farmers can increase carbon sequestration. It's a new exciting thing we're looking into is soil carbon. By minimizing soil disturbance and by more sustainable agriculture and farming practices. We also must remember to eat less meat. A very inefficient use of resources. And then back to what I love, if I can get there, the trees. China is taking important and ambitious steps. In China, every single person has to plant 3 trees every single year. And in India, massive school programs as we do here. So, I know you're all hungry and I'm battling with technology. In the end, we are all in this together. And what is really important are the choices that we make. I urge all of you to be the one to make the difference, to cultivate your compassion, and as Gandhi said, be the change that you want to see. Because this here is the only earth that we will ever have, the only earth that we will ever love, or touch, or tend, for our children and for theirs. The time for action is right now. So folks, whilst most of our governments are MIA and corporate greed continues to rape and pillage planet's resources, and many slumber on unconsciously, can we here at Sustain Our Africa agree? We are the change agents, and together we can make the necessary changes to avoid more suffering so that we can have enough for all forever. And I just want to end with something. This month, I spent a week with 180 children from 60 schools across South Africa, 60 schools that are the top permaculture and greening schools in the country, through a program that I founded in 1994 called EduPlant. This was the 19th EduPlant. It was a program founded to improve the lives of children, but also the health of communities and environments. And just like Suzuki, the young girl who addressed the United Nations at the first Earth Summit, pleaded with the world, if you don't know how to fix it, please don't break it. These children are pleading with us now. Oh, you think you can make that happen at the back for me, please?
Now, listen, learn, and help us to spread this message. Go and tell your neighbor, go and tell your neighbor, go and tell your neighbor, go and tell your mother, go and tell your brother, go and tell your father,
or for an hour, is can restoring our environment restore our economy? And I looked at this and I thought, in this particular room containing the choir of the converted, I'm not convinced that we're going to, we're all going to say, yes, of course, green is good and strong environment is a strong economy and all of that. And so what I'm going to encourage our panelists to do, and encourage you with your questions as well, is to wrestle with how do we actually make that happen? And how do we, in the context of a country and an economy that is based on free market capitalism and all the good things that does bring us, how do we put a brake on development or angle development in a way that is sometimes means that people might have to act against their short-term interests? And being something of an evolutionary biologist, I have a very, very dim view in our species' ability to do that, certainly on the community scale, but I encourage you to prove me horribly wrong and show me what a miserable cynic I am at the age of 36. But I also want, before we start, I want us to be very, very clear in our minds who it is who is sitting in this room. I came across an astonishing website yesterday called globalrichlist.com. globalrichlist.com. You're absolutely welcome to have a look at it now while we're beginning to go. What it is a way of ranking yourself against all the other people in the world according to how much you make. So I want you to think about that and maybe rank yourself on that website as we begin to get going. And think very, very clearly about who it is in this room, who is in this room when we're starting to talk about the way that we should move our economies forward. Joining me on the panel today is Marvin Benjamin, who is the City Region Account Executive for Siemens. Very lovely. Give them away. There we go. Thank you. Cormac Cullinan, who we've already met today, and is environmental lawyer extraordinaire and also the current holder of the Nick Steele Award for Environmental Performance. Well done, Cormac. We've got Paul Clements Hunt, who is the head of UNEP. No, sorry. What are you the head of? the head of the yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
No, I'm not the head of UNEP. I worked at UNEP for 12 years, and I now have left a few months ago to set up an investment company.
There you go. He was a United Nations chap. He's now a banker.
Well, maybe I have just been made the head of UNEP, which is fine.
You never know. We did not. We have Paul's not Jonathan. No, Jonathan Hanks, who is heads the corporate environmental divisions of ESCOM and the AECI.
No, not quite.
No.
ESCOM and AECI weren't like that. I run a small company called Insight Sustainability.
I must admit, as I read it, I thought you definitely moved in pace. And Nimala Nair, who is now, hopefully I'll get this one right, because I've got all the others wrong, is a sustainability advocate and director of Zero Emissions Research. There we go. All right, so the way it's going to work, I'm going to give each of our panelists 3 minutes. They are going to give you an overview of what they think about this link between environment and the economy. We're going to keep them moving fairly quickly.
Thank you, I've got 3 minutes. So let me jump into it like this. It's a no-brainer. Yes, restoring and rejuvenating the environment is a fundamental building block to the economy going forward. Some key questions. If you break down capital and investment and identify where the pools of capital are at a really trillion-dollar scale, it's very clear. $80 trillion in the bond markets, $55 trillion in equity markets. Keep breaking it down. Really interesting one is 10 billion people who controlled $22 trillion in 2000. 10 years on, control $47 trillion. That's the rich and super rich. But these are very defined pools of capital. The key question in terms of whether we get the balance between economy and environment right, how is that capital invested? What does it expect in terms of return? Some would argue that anything beyond 8% return is unsustainable. So your 15.4% every year from Bernie Madoff, the great fraudster, is unsustainable. Your 20 to 40% from private equity is unsustainable. Your 60% from said hedge funds is unsustainable. So the questions are, how will the capital be mobilized? How will it be put into productive projects, into communities? What is the expectation? And the real fly in the ointment in terms of investment is this overwhelming dominance of short-termism. Because if you're short-term, you want your return quickly, and your return is often unsustainable. So look, I'm being a bit tabloid here, but I want to put some key thoughts out there. Huge inequality, 10 million people controlling 47.2 trillion, that's more than 25% of global financial assets. How will that income be played out? Our bond markets, huge. The debt markets, which build cities, which put infrastructure into place, they're only just beginning to green. They're only just beginning to think about it. Okay? So again, I would ask the audience, how do those pools of capital, how are they deployed, where are they put, what's the timing, what's the expectation? I've got a minute left?
You've got 39 seconds.
35, okay. Look, after I ran a partnership between the UN and finance for 12 years, I've gone back into business. It's not meant to be cynical, and I'm not capitalist or banker bashing. The system is broken, it is rigged, it is ultra short term. When you have capital markets which think in terms of 300 milliseconds, in terms of how high frequency traders play into a market and their computers play out, it's just wrong. And that's more than 70% of the trading that now takes place on US capital markets. It's algorithmic, it's high frequency trading, it's not about humans, it's about machines, right? So the system is bugged, broken, rigged. But the question for those big pools of capital, for the pensioners, who controls pension funds worldwide? Whose money is it? It's teachers, it's firemen, it's nurses, it's policemen, it's regular folk, it's teachers. Those players have got to take control of their capital again and be vocal about how it's deployed. And then you can get balance between return, timing, the economy, and the environment. Complex, difficult, but we need to move the capital in the right way over the long term to get a result.
Excellent. Paul, I'm going to stop you there just for one more.
Good afternoon, everyone. I came across a few interesting quotes recently from very well-known people. Nelson Mandela once spoke about how difficult things can be and realizing how easy they were once they've been done. Albert Einstein spoke about how we have to apply new ways of thinking to solve problems. So the point he was making is that you cannot apply the same form of thinking that created a certain challenge. And then there was a certain German engineer and economist who made a statement that goes, I will not sell the future for short-term gain. And this is a person, somebody once told me the story, who had his life threatened around the height of the Industrial Revolution because he started conversations about what we today know as medical cover. He started conversations about what we today know as pension cover. And I worked for the organization that this person started. His name was Werner von Siemens. And this company, grand company, did a study some years ago that looked at some massive shifts that are taking place in the world, the so-called megatrends, urbanization being one of them. And I think we all know the data about what percentage of the world population will be living in cities by which year. The point is, more people are entering our cities faster. Globalization is another megatrend. And I'm sure we also know about the foreign direct investment that's been increasing on our continent in the previous decades. Climate change. The statistic I like to talk about is when our world reaches the point of an average increase in temperature of 2 degrees, some Pacific islands are already underwater. The other one is demographic change. People are getting older, and if one reflects on the South African